Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
ECOMBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead. so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
BX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα.
The president is arriving, so please will you stand?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Economist Cyprus Summit, and particular welcome to President Christodoulides. As you will know, Mr. President, journalists and the press are always very pessimistic, and there are many reasons to be gloomy. Fighting in Ukraine, trade wars, tension with China, Turkey drifting in an even more autocratic direction. But at this summit, we like to be a little more optimistic. The Cyprus economy is doing well, good growth, low inflation, low unemployment. Indeed, the economies of the southern Mediterranean are doing better than most of the rest of Europe, including France, Germany, and I might add, Britain. And now we have a new reason for optimism, a new president of the so-called Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, who wishes, we hope, to reopen talks on the Cyprus problem. So on this sunny day, we would like to be optimistic. And with that, I would like to introduce President Nikos Christodoulides. You have the floor.
Morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is with a great pleasure that I participate once again this year at the Economist Cyprus Summit, which has become a successful annual institution for substantial exchange of views, discussion on issues of current affairs, a summit that, through the very rich thematics and the personalities that participate. I'm very happy to see the former Secretary of State of U.S., the former Ministry of External Affairs of Egypt, representatives of the EU. All these participants underline the geostrategic importance of our country as a bridge and a contact point of the European border with the Arab world and as a factor of stability in Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East. This year, it is with great pleasure that we welcome to Cyprus the former Secretary of State of the U.S., Mr. Mike Pompeo, a friend of Cyprus who has combined and connected his name with initiatives that not only strengthened the regional cooperation. Let me remind you that Mr. Pompeo was the representative of the U.S. in the first tripartite meeting between Cyprus, Greece, and Israel and the U.S. that took place in Israel. And through also the work that was done, he contributed decisively in the substantial upgrading of the relationships of the Republic of Cyprus with the U.S. Former colleague, we served together at the same time period as ministers of foreign affairs. I visited him in Washington. He visited me in Cyprus. And during his term, the relationship between the Republic of Cyprus and the U.S. Had unprecedented progress. Let me just remind you that we signed in Washington on the 6th of November 2018 the statement of intent between our two countries, which was the foundation upon which we constructed the current close and strategic relationship between Cyprus and the U.S. in all fields. As it was mentioned earlier, this year's summit is taking place at a time of multiple geopolitical challenges that affect us all, from Middle East to Ukraine to Asia and Africa. And that is why I find very timely the topic of the summit, Bridging Continents for Security, Business and Energy. And I believe firmly, and this is the optimistic approach of the difficult geopolitical situation. I believe firmly that at a time of crisis and multi-level challenges such as the one we're experiencing currently, our response, or rather our reaction, should be to promote cooperations and synergies, building bridges, further turning outwards, and it is this approach of this intervention today, the approach of a small state with a national problem, an EU member state in a region of particular geostrategic significance, suffering from a lot of challenges. A state that with actions and not just words is a factor of cooperation and dialogue, always a part of the solution and never a part of the problem. Today, I would like to take advantage of my presence here and present my thoughts regarding the challenges and also the opportunities that Cyprus is facing, as well as our vision, the vision of the Republic of Cyprus, our country, for the future of the region, in order to tackle effectively any challenges, to underline the role of our country as a bridge, as a hub for the promotion of regional growth and stability. Dear friends, Cyprus is strategically at the core of an exceptionally sensitive and full of challenges region, having at the same time, as I mentioned before, a national problem to manage, the solution of which cannot be but our highest priority. And through this reasoning, from the very first moment that I undertook the administration of the country, I said as a main priority the restart of the negotiations from the point where they were interrupted, in order to reunite our country and our people within the same framework, and in order to better serve the number one priority that I've just mentioned, the solution of the Cyprus problem. We worked in parallel to further grow a multidimensional and targeted foreign policy. We acted decisively with plan in order to take advantage of the role, the position, and our relationships in the region of the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East. As I've mentioned last week at an international scientific conference where I participated, the geographic position of Cyprus, our geographic position, has been throughout time the decisive factor that formulated the historic course of our country, the identity of our people, our cultural, social, economic growth of our country. And for many years, we faced this geographic position mainly as a source of a problem, as a burden, as an obstacle, as the reason for the problems and the misfortunes that we had suffered. This has now changed. Instead of approaching our geographic position as something negative, on the contrary, we use it to attain strategic objectives, both within the country and on an international level. That is to say, we've made a conscious strategic choice to approach our geographical position as an opportunity and to use it for the best interest of our country and the wider region. The fact that we are an EU member state that is found closer to the Middle East is definitely an opportunity. It is a privilege that may offer multi-level benefits, being strategically placed at the crossroads of three continents. It is a geopolitical advantage to be close and to have excellent relationships with Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, to be close to Syria, to be close to the countries of the Gulf. It is particularly important to be a predictable, reliable state in the region with clear foreign orientation without any challenges of the past. It is important to be a state with a powerful, resilient economy, with a rate of growth, as it was said before, that is one of the highest in the euro area, with conditions of full employment, with a low public debt, one of the lowest in the EU, a state that is becoming known in the international media for positive reasons, and as I've mentioned before, constitutes a part of the solution in the challenges of the region and not a part of the problem. So through this conscious and clear approach with a clear plan and design, we are working to transform our geographic position, the thing that always determined our country, from a curse into a blessing for us, for our neighbors, for our strategic partners, for the European Union. Our country, therefore, is fully taking advantage now of its geographic position as an integral part and advantage of its foreign policy, with an ultimate goal to become the bridge that brings close peoples, countries, and connects continents. A country that is a pillar for security and safety in a changing world, but also the representative of the European Union in Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East, as well as a representative of the member states of the region to the EU. A state that is the safe entrance of Europeans and American and our American partners in the region, but also the predictable and safe entrance of the countries of the wider Middle East to the EU and its market of 450 million residents. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, through specific initiatives and actions, I am proud to state that our country, yes, is recognized and is promoted for what it truly deserves. Briefly, it is recognized as a safe port in a turbulent geostrategic neighborhood, a hub of connectivity and cooperation between three continents, a state with clear Western orientation, which is at the same time a reliable and predictable partner of responsibility, a stable and consistent factor in the region, part of the solution in the challenges that we face. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've mentioned in my recent speech at the General Assembly of the UN, our time demands not just declarations and public statements, but much more. It demands to undertake our responsibilities and our initiatives through specific actions, collective responsibility, but also individual responsibility. Small states such as Cyprus, our homeland, must dare and take initiatives and actions, having primarily built, starting from the domestic politics, because I'm not one of those who say that domestic politics have nothing to do with foreign policy. I believe that they are directly connected. So we need to have a background and a clear plan domestically and on an international level, taking into account the international situation and seeing that relationships between states are determined through the relationship of strategic interests. Cyprus is following a path of responsibility with clear objectives and pursuits without any doubts. As I've said before, there's a series of activities and examples that prove what I have mentioned before, that show that Cyprus dares to undertake initiatives and turn responsibility into cooperation. We worked and we were pioneers in creating multilateral and tripartite collaborations with Greece, Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, the United Arab Emirates. We are working. It may sound as a too big of a goal, but we must have big goals, ambitious goals. We're working towards the direction of maturing the necessary political conditions in order to create a regional safety and cooperation organization, if you like, a sort of NATO or a sort of OECD of the Middle East that will underline the benefits of promoting regional cooperation. We have repeatedly concluded operations of evacuations from Sudan, from the wider Middle East, as a safe harbor and as a reliable evacuation hub. We have promoted the initiative for the European Regional Hub for Extinguishing Fires that was recently announced by the President of the European Commission, with Cyprus undertaking a central role. We have created the Amalthea Marine Corridor to provide humanitarian aid to Gaza, a model of responsible humanitarian diplomacy. We've sent more than 25,000 tons of humanitarian aid in cooperation with the US, the United Arab Emirates, the UK, and of course the European Union. We dared and presented a specific plan of 6 points focusing on safety and restructuring and humanitarian aid, aiming to assist the implementation of the plan of the U.S. President, Mr. Trump, for Gaza and the Middle East. We strengthened the contacts and cooperations with India, aiming not only to further tighten our bipartite relationships, but also to become pioneers to create bridges and connections, such as IMEC, the corridor that will connect India with the Middle East and from Cyprus to the European Union. All these things are just some of examples of the responsible action of undertaking responsibility of strategic thinking that sends the message to all that Cyprus is not an observer, but is a pioneer, is within all the framework of our capabilities always. Ladies and gentlemen, through the same thinking that I mentioned before is the way that we are working for our cooperation with the U.S., a cooperation through which Cyprus upgrades its role in regional and international level. I have to say that I am particularly satisfied that within the framework of this relationship, the U.S. recognizes Cyprus as exactly what it is, a reliable and predictable, responsible partner in the wider region. There is no doubt that the strategic cooperation with the U.S., which is growing in multiple fields, such as joint military exercises, exchange of information, humanitarian programs, economy and investments, has been upgraded and has reached, as the American officials are stating themselves, to unprecedented levels. Allow me to mention just a few indicative examples. The establishment and operation of the Model Education Center Cyclops in Larnaca, where more than 2,000 officers have been trained already from more than 20 countries of the region. Let me remind you that the signing for the establishment of Cyclops took place with a visit of Mr. Pompeo in Cyprus. Further activity of American colossal companies within the EEZ of Cyprus and agreements to finally take advantage of natural gas, agreements we recently signed in Egypt. The Institute institutionalization of the Cyprus-Egypt dialogue regarding safety and security, you realize how difficult these things are. I mean, our country, even though we would like to be a member of NATO, we are not a member of NATO. Cooperation with FBI to fight against corruption, our participation with the decision of the U.S. government in defense programs of the U.S., such as NDA and foreign military sales, the establishment, we had the first strategic dialogue, the establishment of strategic dialogue between the two countries, together with my visit at the White House that took place almost 30 years later, my recent trip to the U.S. Last April for contacts with American companies to attract American investments in Cyprus, and the results that we are already seeing, our close cooperation that is under development to upgrade the air bases. Andreas Papandreou, officers from the U.S. administration came to Cyprus. They sent us their suggestions, and we are in contact to start with projects that will upgrade the air base. The decisive role that the U.S. has undertaken in cooperation with us for the successful implementation of the Amalthea initiative, all these things and many more confirm the unprecedented level of U.S.-Cyprus relationships and our common will to continue down this road to further strengthen our bipartite relationship and to expand our cooperation on a regional level with the participation of other states from the region to promote goals that are based on common pursuits, common values, and first and foremost, common strategic objectives in the region. Dear friends, the way of extroversion, of responsibility, of undertaking initiative, of making the choice to have a role and to have a say wherever we have an added value to offer as the Republic of Cyprus is a conscious choice that will continue to guide our actions. In less than 60 days, I think 56 days as of today, our country will undertake the presidency of the Council of the European Union, a national mission towards which we have been intensively working for the last 2 years, a presidency that, apart from handling the very significant issues on the agenda of the EU, and we will adopt the multi-annual financial framework from the Denmark presidency, the strengthening of defense, and many other issues. It will be a presidency where we will work to strengthen. We have two main objectives, two leading objectives: to strengthen the strategic autonomy of the European Union, and by extent to strengthen its international imprint, and also to strengthen the relationships of the European Union with the region. And I want to be clear, we have no doubts, we do not belong to the Eurosceptics. A strong European Union simply means a strong Republic of Cyprus. And exactly through this reasoning, we shall work to bring the European Union and the countries of the wider Middle East more strategically close, to strengthen our role as a bridge of mutual understanding, and to strengthen the substantial cooperations between the two regions. Besides, it is our obligation. Cyprus is the closest EU member state to the region, and this geographic proximity, I go back to geography, the most important thing for our country, this geographic proximity gives us the advantage to have a better perspective, a better understanding of the needs, of the challenges, of the crucial matters that the countries of the region are facing, a possibility to understand better, in depth, and without oversimplifying the particular political, economic, and social mosaic of the countries of our neighborhood and the wider region, to have a clear picture of the geostrategic importance of the area and how the developments in the region affect directly or indirectly the EU itself, with impact on security and stability on Europe. Many of the topics discussed at the European Council, many of the challenges that we're facing as EU start or are challenges faced by our region as well. So it is our duty to operate as a mediator to promote the best and the right understanding of this region by our partners in Europe. At the same time, we have the responsibility to send the message to our partners that stability, prosperity, security are intrinsically connected with the safety and the security of the European Union. Besides, we want a Europe that will decisively and substantially look to the south. Rightly, the EU is focusing on the Ukraine, but if the EU wishes to play an important geostrategic role, if the EU wants to become strategically autonomous, it must have a perspective of 360 degrees. And as it is focusing on Ukraine, which we support, it must also focus on the issues of the South, recognize the importance of the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and the Gulf, not just as a natural border, but as a bridge of common interests and perspectives. A Europe that will include substantially and in practice the Arab world and the wider Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, towards this direction, we have already undertaken a series of initiatives. Apart from what I've mentioned before, apart from the close and regular contacts in the area and the contacts of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we are also playing a crucial role in bringing the two regions closer. I'd like to mention certain examples referring to my visit with the President of the European Commission and other European leaders in Egypt in order to conclude the strategic partnership between Cyprus and Egypt. Our joint visit with the President of the EU Commission to Lebanon to promote the support of the EU towards Lebanon. I want to say that I was surprised to see that it was the first visit of a President of the European Commission to Lebanon, a country which is 25 minutes away from Europe. I remind you the very successful participation of the King of Jordan in last year's summit of the 9 Mediterranean states of the EU that took place in Paphos, and with the constant actions, initiatives to strengthen the institutional relationships of Europe with all the countries of the region. Allow me, because this is very recent, to mention the first historic summit between EU and Egypt that took place in Brussels with the presence of President Sisi 2 weeks ago. As the Republic of Cyprus, we have been insisting for years for the necessity to substantially tighten the relationship between Egypt and the EU, very simply because Egypt is a cornerstone of stability in our region, and our relationship, the relationship between EU and Egypt, is a strategic necessity. I'm truly very happy because during the working dinner, in his introductory remarks, President Sisi referred specifically to our country and its role for the organization of the first summit between EU and Egypt. And I would like to tell you a personal experience of mine. When in 2014, June 2014, if I remember correctly, the Republic of Cyprus chose to be present at the sworn-in of the President of Egypt. After the developments in Egypt, Cyprus was the only EU member state that participated with on a level of leader of a government to the ceremony for President Sisi undertaking the presidency. And we had received many phone calls at the time from the US and from other countries not to attend that ceremony. So our actions and our initiatives bring about results. And they will continue. They will intensify during the Cyprus presidency of the EU. We will work to substantially strengthen the relationship of the countries in the region. I conclude with the same topic that I started my presentation, the Cyprus problem and the necessity to solve the Cyprus problem. Responsible, extrovert, multi-level foreign policy in combination with our effort to strengthen all the internal factors of our country, economy, rule of law, anti-corruption, but also all our foreign objectives, aims to serve our fundamental national priority to strengthen our efforts to free and reunite our country. Active diplomacy, regional cooperations, humanitarian initiatives, geopolitical reliability, upgrading the role of the reputation and the image of our country internationally. Yes, it directly affects our efforts to solve the Cyprus problem. And this strategy has decisively contributed to having once again an international interest for the Cyprus problem after 7 years of stagnation, as the Secretary General of the UN has mentioned himself. We see it through this renewed interest of the United Nations for the promotion of the process of solution by appointing the special representative of the UN Secretary. We see it through the European Union. We see it through the meetings that took place on a tripartite or multi-level level, and all the things that are planned in the immediate future. This mobility is not an accident. It is the result of political responsibility, consistency, on the basis of a specific plan always. And I close with this, in spite of the difficulties and the challenges that, of course, I don't underestimate them. We will continue our efforts aiming to a viable and functional solution within the framework of the UN resolutions and the European acquis communautaire solution that will allow us to take advantage of all of the possibilities of and capabilities of our country. I close by saying that the solution of the Cyprus issue is important because there is interest now from neighboring countries to resolve the Cyprus problem, the form of the solution, the content of the solution. It's not just our obligation, but it is also a matter of safety and stability for the entire region, as well as of crucial importance for the integration of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, for those very kind remarks. We will, in fact, because of time, we will be moving straight on to the next panel to discuss energy geopolitics in the Eastern Mediterranean. So I'd like to invite Tassos Chatsivasiliou, Alexandros Kostopoulos, and Konstantinos Philis to come and join me on the platform. Morning. This panel will discuss this very well from the President's comments. Energy geopolitics in the Eastern Mediterranean, energy security, and the role of the Eastern Mediterranean as a strategic energy hub, which has attracted investors to the region. So please, Mr. Chatsivasiliou, from Deputy Foreign Minister from the Hellenic Parliament, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Despite the fact that we all speak English, we decided to speak in Greek, so you may use your headphones. Είναι γεγονός ότι
It is a fact, as it was said by the President Christodoulidis, it is that our region has a very important strategic role, and we have become a center of energy development with many changes which change the realities daily and to an extent, important extent. So one of the reasons that we have this change is the energy security of the European Union. It is a very important topic for us, the Europeans, and has many aspects. First of all, it is the differentiation of suppliers of energy, and this has to do also with its climate change, which obliges us to trace or to have decarbonization, and also the dimension of energy market. So we need a new modern framework as European Union. So because of the energy crisis, which resulted from the Russian invasion against Ukraine, our region has become a region of very important interest, which goes beyond our borders. And indeed, the European Union in the last years has begun important efforts to reduce its dependence from fuels and also to safeguard new regions, and therefore the East Mediterranean is a key area because it has hydrocarbons and also an important dynamics in the sector of renewable sources of energy. Therefore, one should think that we have discovered from Egypt different sediments. So if we come to Cyprus, where we have very important of gas, natural gas. So the Eastern Mediterranean has an upgraded important image. And if we go now to Greece, we can see that there is an important development of infrastructure, which increases the role of these neighboring countries. And if we began the infrastructure under Mitsotakis in Thrace and also the reinforcement of infrastructure in Moussa, Greece has important LNG infrastructure which can help the whole Europe, and this has very important results. First of all, to upgrade the role of our country, and there is no doubt that with this infrastructure, Greece is part of the energy map. And second, it reinforces the energy security, because today energy security, for good or for bad, has become a source of security worldwide. And then our region is at the core of these infrastructures. And I would like to remind you that in 2 days, the 7th and 8th of November, the Forum of Transatlantic Cooperation, this conference will take place there, and you're going to have the presence of the ministers of USA, Energy and the Interior from other 25 countries. And this means that we demonstrate the key role of Greece in the energy map of the Eastern Mediterranean, and also LNG, the presence of Greece in LNG, so we can help in order for Europe to stop to be dependent on Russian gas. And you have to say that the climate crisis in the EU is a force motrice in order to shape new policies, which at some point will allow us to take us to zero emissions of carbon dioxide. So because we are realistic, we have to admit that for the European demand for national gas, it's very strong, very powerful, and so our objective is to find alternative sources outside Russia. That's why we are doing both. As we invest in natural gas, and we are looking also for green solutions which would be amicable to the environment, since we have the long-term objective to build what we call the green corridors, which will bring cheaper green energy to the European market. And of course, we have many important infrastructures in all member states, and above all, we need interstate cooperation in this area. But you have to be very careful, of course, because you have to respect international law and international treaties. We cannot speak about interstate cooperation in our region without having any agreement with regard to the fact that international law determines the way or the role of our development. And as the President said, we have a culture of cooperations. We have participated in many multiple levels in Greece. So in closing, I would like to say that in the Mediterranean, in the Eastern Mediterranean, you have very important projects for connecting electricity. It's very important for us, and we are working for the GSI. So this cable which connects electronically Greece and Cyprus and Israel. This is a very important project which has the political support of the European Union. You have the cable Greci, which is Greece and Egypt, which has been introduced into the programs and will bring cheap green energy from Egypt and through Greece to Europe. And you have also the plant of Greece and Saudi Arabia, this connection, which also have many good positive results. So our objective is to support the European energy market with clean, cheap energy, which will not constitute an object of states, from Russia. So the Eastern Mediterranean is at the core of development.
Greece Trade and Investment Council.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all. Now, the problem when you're getting in to speak among friends is you more or less have to say the same things. So I'm not sure I can add to what Tassos said. He covered everything. What I can tell you is, I forgot. We should speak, I apologize, we should speak in Greek. Yeah.
You can do whatever you like.
Force of habit. So, if you allow me. Τα είπε όλα. Τα είπε όλα.
And he's a friend. Tassos is a friend of mine, and he taught everything. It is a unique conjuncture and timing, what we are experiencing now. Tassos spoke about the force motrice. I believe as a businessman that in our region here, we in Greece and you in Cyprus, we do live constantly in such a situation, and we should always have the importance to bring to our friends, our partners. We have to create, these opportunities via crisis, and also to have the joy to have politics next to us with people that would see the same thing. So now we are talking about the Eastern Mediterranean. There are huge changes, new systems, new economies, new balances. And we leave dramatic images in our neighboring countries, which, however, maybe it's cynic, and I would say this in the morning, but this creates opportunities for two small countries which do not have or have a disproportionately smaller political imprint that we could have if we calculate and unite all our abilities, even business world or academic world. Therefore, I believe that what we are called upon to do, and our challenge is in this chaotic situation to see how we can make steps forward, not to miss any opportunities. Greece and Cyprus have now, many opportunities, and I'm 53 years old, and I feel that they are very powerful, and you went through many problems, and I believe that you are winners now, and you have changed many things academically, politically, and we as businessmen, we have changed. So what do we need? We need not to restrict ourselves to manage things or not to react, only to react, but to make the necessary steps forward. And I believe that at this moment, as it was said by Mr. Hadjivasiliou, the Eastern Mediterranean has gained unprecedented dynamic. I remember that we were in New York together with the economist and Mrs. Varsanaki, and then you have asked me then which was the most important challenge that we have, and I said we should remain relevant to the new political leadership in the USA. And I believe that we are extremely relevant. Cyprus is relevant. Our area is quite relevant. So when Mr. Trump won the elections, they were discussing that the Eastern Mediterranean should remain as its priorities, and that the axis will remain to these initiatives and the so-called plus one. Plus one also to include Egypt. So I believe that the meeting we're going to have in Athens after 2 days, and all ministers from Washington, and they do underline this thing. So I believe that I repeat that what we have to have is the larger picture and how to proceed to different projects. We have Gaza, the first one, and then Syria, energy. In both cases, I mean, this is a very important, let's say, factor, and whatever for good or for bad we want to do, energy plays a key role, and energy plays a key role for the defense or for economic growth, and also energy security plays a very important role in all these aspects, and also the cyber security also plays a very important role. So it is a new economy, a new ecosystem, and in my opinion is that both Greece and Cyprus, with very brain capital that we have, and also the ability we have to change, let's say, this crisis and make it an opportunity, I believe that this creates to us many aspects. Now, what do we need to do? We have to unite our forces. You know that there is a bad thing for businesses. We cannot always wait for the policy, and what the president has said, that everything has changed. I remember when I was 8 years old, the first trip I had with my parents was here in Cyprus, and then it was just Pan-American air masters and Mr. Vouros. I think this was the only USA picture that I saw. I mean, so Cyprus has a very important imprint with regard to the American business world. So I leave aside the political issue and the whole agenda that, of course, we have never stopped to chase. But from the business point of view, for American businesses, is a very good orientation in order to create an arch of cooperation, of investments, and not what I have said already. I mean, with regard to our south and also northern, with the vertical axis. So for me, energy in the upcoming years should interest us above all. It is a decisive factor in order to have relevance in Washington. With the good, with the bad, difficulties, it remains to determine the daily activities and also of the majority of people, and this is to our benefit to make use of this opportunity, and also to make use of this ability that we have. And also there is a very important 360 image, and then we will be able to make the necessary steps forward.
Thank you. And now Mr. Filis from the Institute of International Affairs.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Filis. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to begin and having in mind what has been said, that at this time we are experiencing is the most critical after the Cold War. And on the one hand, we have many changes and uncertainties, which probably are more important than certainties. And for the last 10 months, we have diplomacy, which prevailed because of the election of President Trump, which has politics, alternative politics, and this is done with more cynicism compared to the past. And you have an important extinction, let's say, of this policy, and we have, as we've known this to date, and also an emphasis is given to the individual diplomacy. Of course, the interpersonal relations between leaders, between politicians played their role, but at this moment we see special envoys, and many times they are considered more important than officers, and we see that they, because of their personal choices, and also see the American policy to and this prevails from President Trump, and this, for example, might have fruits, bear fruits, as for example the agreement we had about Gaza, and this was a ceasefire and not a total peace in the whole area. But this could, of course, be the basis to achieve, peace, and of course the 20 aspects or the 20 terms won't bring peace, and we have also problematic, let's say, handling of situations, as it is a situation in Ukraine, and for the reasons I mentioned above. And at the same time, there is hope. So in this region, we have the following. So I begin with the central Mediterranean and arriving to the eastern Mediterranean. Libya, Lebanon, until very recent Lebanon, were two dysfunctional states. So Libya remains. Lebanon, we see that it shapes the different conditions within the country, and after the spectacular withdrawal of Hezbollah to stabilize. To be stabilized. So we have two states of the EU, that is to say Greece and Cyprus, and they try to, as Christodoulidis said, they try to bring this region closer to Europe, and you have a decisive player not only for this area, but Egypt, who has internal affairs, and especially because of the economy or the lack of income from Suez and tourists, and however remains decisive or important, and Cyprus and Greece have understood, the importance of this region. And of course, on the other hand, you have a country like Israel, which has managed important military wins, and from the diplomatic point of view, it appears that the leadership of Israel now is facing an obstacle, an impasse. It doesn't have any way out, let's say, on how they do imagine the Middle East. And also to speak about energy, what is important about energy is because it could be a catalyzer of cooperation or of competition. Until now, we have had many synergies with Cyprus, Israel, and Israel, which supplies Egypt with natural gas in order to cover the very, very domestic needs, in order to be able to export, for Egypt to export and to have a hard currency, and because of exports. So what is important to say is that the trend in this region, in my opinion, is looking for wider synergies, wider cooperations. That is to say, Israel and Lebanon, with intervention of the USA in 2022, they found a modus operandi in connection with the exclusive economic zone, And we've seen that this took Lebanon to attract the companies. And then when you have the confirmation of the delimitation of AOS, of the economic zone, and this will be also decided by the parliament, and we have agreements between Greece and Cyprus on the one hand, which is legal, and on the other hand, we have an illegal, null and void, as we say, agreement between Turkey and the government of Tripoli, which are superseded. I mean, and there is a legal discrepancy, and maybe we cannot solve this problem at this stage, but the catalyzer, which is called energy Chevron, the American Chevron, which will become active south of Crete, and there is an intense interest, EU interest with sea plots of Libya. So I think with Axis Energy we can promote wider agreements between the member states of the region in the logic of utilizing hydrocarbons, and we are in a baby drill, as they call it, the Americans or President Trump. So therefore we do not have much time. This is the truth, and within this time frame, the states of this region, they should look for compromises, which I believe that they will be encouraged by the energy companies which have an interest about the Eastern Mediterranean. The Eastern Mediterranean, it is not an El Dorado, but based on these existing findings, and there is also a prospect in the case of Greece, which we will see in the coming years to become an important alternative source of supply, especially with the European market, and also given the war in Ukraine and Europe. I don't know whether this is important, the import of natural gas.
Well, thank you very much to all three of our panelists. We don't have a great deal of time, but I'd like to ask actually Mr. Vassiliou, do you have any thoughts on this geopolitical problem, awarding a block to prospect, for example, the case of Chevron just south of Crete, which generates immediately geopolitical tensions in the region? And we've seen this with the award of blocks all around Cyprus, that immediately there are problems. Is there an easy way of resolving these problems?
You know that the Greek government has planned to do exploration south of Crete, and we're very happy to have interest from Chevron in cooperation with Hellenic Energy. This new effort is going to begin. I'll start by saying that Greece right now is safeguarding its sovereign rights with particular moves such as this one, based exclusively only on international law. This is our philosophy, and this is what we do, not just in theory, but also in the field. The Greek government in the past had signed two problematic delimitation agreements in the past, one with Italy and one with Egypt, and at the same time has increased our waters to 12 miles on the west in the Ionian Sea and South Peloponnese. The agreement signed between Greece and Egypt a few years ago, it's another affirmation that the Turkish memorandum is completely illegal and doesn't follow, not to the minimum, the fundamental principles of international law. What does law says? That the marine zones are delimited by the countries that have proximate coastal lines. So Turkey and Libya don't have this, so they have by de facto not signed any valid agreement. But at the same time, we are ready to say that we will proceed with exploration south of Crete. U.S. companies such as Chevron wouldn't come to Greece to invest if they didn't have the certainty that the status in that area is specific and clear. So such an interest is an indirect recognition of the Greek interests, which are exclusively based on international law. These companies wouldn't invest in regions where there would be a risk to overturn the stability. So I'm certain that the plans of Greece will move forward normally. We feel that this is important, not just for us, but for the entire European energy market. Greece, as I've said before, is a provider of energy safety, and it does want to play this role for the best interest of its partners. Let me remind you by saying that when the government of Tripoli in Libya mapped international blocks, it respected the principle of the median line. But they showed a good will, let's say, that they can respect international law. We are there to send a message to Libya and to Turkey that our times needs understandings, communication. We need communication and discussion. So these communications have to be done exclusively on the basis of international law. And all factors in the neighborhood must understand that they cannot map energy or foreign policy defying the fundamental principles of international conventions.
You agree?
Νομίζω, I think the thing is quite mixing. Νομίζω ότι
I think that exactly what Mr. Hadjivasiliou said is the way that we have been operating in the business field as well. The most important result, if you like, of the policies followed by Greece and Cyprus is that American companies are here, American capitals are invested in the region. At least we see this in our daily lives between U.S. and Eastern Mediterranean in our contacts. There's a very important pipeline by companies that in one way or the other are coming to the country. A few years ago, we were trying to have them put on their agenda, Greece, Eastern Mediterranean, Cyprus. Now we are on their agenda, but what has to be done now is exactly because of what Mr. Hadjivasiliou has said and Mr. Felix has said, that's the alpha and the omega, the discussion, not to stop at the obstacles that appear, but to try and work on them, to overcome them. We have to overcome the overanalyzation of problems. Capitals are here. Companies are interested to come here. There's a specific reason for the prospect that is there. It serves their interest and their wants, and that's why Cyprus and Greece are right now at unique cross points to be completely aligned with the business interests of not just the U.S., but of other countries as well. And for better or for worse, economy has a very, very important role to play in everything. So if we continue to work together and invest, give room to the business world to move forward, and I think many of the things that we see in the press, in letters very often, when it's time to actually do them, they take into account the capitals and the interests and the policies of the economy and of the business giants that come to our country.
If there was one last question, I could take it, but otherwise I think we should move on to the next panel because we're overrunning on time. So if not, I would like to thank all three of our speakers. Thank you. Very interesting session. And we will move straight on to rethinking economic growth and banking in a fragmented world. And I would like to ask the Governor of the Central Bank of Cyprus, Christodoulos Patsalidis, to join me on the panel.
Hello again.
So we have been hearing all morning and indeed all yesterday about the Cypriot economy doing well. We heard it again from the President this morning that high growth, low inflation, I think almost the lowest inflation in the Eurozone, and low unemployment. But overall, the Eurozone still looks quite weak, particularly the central countries of Germany, France, and Italy. Do you see much hope of an improvement in the Eurozone's performance, Mr. Governor?
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. Indeed, I mean, the Cyprus economy is demonstrating remarkable resilience. I mean, growth rate today is something like 3%. Unemployment is at historically low levels. Public finances, again, we are recording fiscal surpluses, budget surpluses for numerous years now, and as a result, debt to GDP has reached it's very near the Maastricht criterion, for those who remember Maastricht. And the inflation rate has come down to almost 0%. So indeed, the Cypriot economy is performing quite well. I think there are three important elements to it. A is the fact that the economy itself is being diversified, so new sectors are emerging and their contribution to GDP is increasing, technology, professional services, and others. The buffer that I discussed earlier in reference to the budget surplus, but also the banking sector is characterized by very strong capital and liquidity ratios, among the highest in the Eurozone. Nevertheless, Cyprus is an open economy, so it's vulnerable to external shocks. Although there is heightened uncertainty, primarily because of the geopolitical uncertainty, trade tensions, and other factors in reference to technology and other developments in the financial sector. The economy needs to focus and remain vigilant. And as you said, the European economy, even though the picture is mixed, but the European economy is still exhibiting resilience. Growth rate is around 1%, and is expected to continue over the medium term. But 1% is low. So I think it is evident that the Eurozone and European Union in general needs to ascertain itself and needs to gain more, needs to become more competitive. There have been many studies, I'm referring to the Draghi report, the other reports and others, that make recommendations as to how this can be achieved. I will not go over this because I think by now people are quite familiar with this strategy. It's a matter of pursuing it. So things like banking union, enhancing the single market really. So banking union, completion of the banking union, creation of a capital markets union, the savings and investment initiative, and there are quite a lot of other initiatives such as the development of a proper venture capital market to enhance innovation and through startups. I think these are important initiatives, and the European Union needs to move on if it wants to play an international role.
And in particular, you mentioned the Capital Markets Union, which I think we've been discussing for sort of almost as long as I can remember, a proper Capital Markets Union. And many people keep pointing out that the American banks are larger, stronger than European banks. European banks, look, there are many more banks in Europe. They're not so good cross-border. We don't have full-size banks of the size of JP Morgan and others. Do you see progress towards a proper capital markets union coming now with more agreement from Germany and others to make progress in that direction? And can Cyprus, now about to assume the presidency of the Council of Ministers, help to push this forward?
I do see progress. I do see progress in the European Commission. I can also vouch for the ECB. I mean, it is a active matter which is continuously on our agenda. So the will is there, and there is also planning on behalf of the European Commission. A number of initiatives, such as the Savings Investment Union, have been announced. Other initiatives, such as the setting up of a 28 regime. I mean, people perhaps don't know much about it, but this is, the idea is that we set up an additional legal framework that would help, that would encompass European law, which at the end of the day would help the creation of a capital markets union. I think this is a very strong initiative because fragmentation is a real issue in Europe, and we have 20 different legislations, therefore 27 different legislations. So it is important that we come up with initiatives that overcome this fragmentation with a view to enlarging the capital markets in Europe. Capital markets, I mean, the market cap of the EU is 10% of the global market cap, whereas in the US is 50%.
Yes.
So we do need a stronger capital market, but also, as you also mentioned, we do need a stronger banking sector. We do need bigger banks. We do encourage mergers and acquisitions and consolidation in general, so that our banking sector becomes more competitive.
Do you have any worries about the general level of the markets? I mean, it is notable this year, stock markets everywhere seem to have risen very high. I think the next session we're going to discuss AI and the amount of money being spent by AI companies and the price of certain companies involved in AI very, very high, and at a time of low growth and in some countries, but not in Cyprus, very high public debts. Should we be worried about the high level of the markets?
It's true. Valuations are quite rich, especially in the US. To some extent, this is justified by the technology, by the evolution of the technology. So this is driven by the big tech and by recent developments in AI. So valuations may be justified. On the other hand, when you look at valuations historically, they're quite high. I mean, if you look at if you take that's a very easy, I quite like it, the Warren Buffett index, which is market cap divided by GDP. I mean, in 2007, it was 100% or so. These days, it's 225%. So this is an indication that market prices are quite high. Also, the PE ratio, I mean, and again, this is useful in comparing Europe with the US. I think the S&P 500 PE is 26,
yes,
whereas Eurostoxx is 17. So, and historically, the US is exhibiting higher PE ratios. Of course, as you said, yes, I mean, there is a high level of uncertainty, and therefore one could question the elevated stock market prices. One reason may be that markets tend to look through what they don't understand, what they cannot price. So it's very difficult to price geopolitical risk, to price cyber risk, even trade tensions. It may be easy to assess the impact of a specific tariff on an economy, but it's not easy to assess whether a tariff will be imposed or not, or whether it will change, because things keep changing. There are many other uncertainties as well. Climate risk is another example. And I think the markets have not matured to the level that they can actually assess and price these risks. So yes, I do think that there is a risk that at some point there will be a market correction. The question is whether this correction will be smooth
or large.
Or large. Or standard.
And do you think other countries are doing, particularly in Europe, but also I think of the United States, are doing enough to reduce the level of their public debts?
I think they should do more. I mean, in the European Union, the debt to GDP, public debt to GDP is 88%. It's supposed to be less than 60%. However, there is, we do have this fiscal, this medium-term goal, this agreement among within the European Union that aims to reduce debt over time. I think the U.S., again, I mean, I think debt to GDP is 125%, too high. This is a risk. So I think there are risks on both sides of the Atlantic. To some extent, of course, these elevated, these sort of budget deficits help with the growth of the economy, especially in the defense sector. But this will take time. So, I mean, the positive impact will take time. So in the meantime, one needs to find a way to properly manage the evolution of the public finances.
Okay. I'm looking to see if anybody wants to ask a question, but I have one more question if I don't see anybody, which is helpful because we don't have very much time and we are overrunning. My last question to you, Mr. Governor, was going to be about progress towards digital central bank currencies in Europe, which has been something we've talked about a lot for some years now. And it is under discussion. China is doing it. Other countries are doing it. The United States, as I understand it, has said they will not create a central bank digital currency. But in Europe, there seems to be still some discussion of doing this. Do you think this will continue, or do you think it will happen one day?
It's not a mere discussion. There's a plan, and the plan is being pursued and it's timely. So yeah, I do think that digital euro is a very important project. I do think that we need a safe asset, central bank currency in the digital would be in the form of a digital euro. So this is basically the same currency, the same element as physical cash, only it will be in digital format. Last Wednesday, the Governing Council of the ECB approved the entering into the second phase of preparations, which means that this entails the operating part of the creation of the digital euro. So it's all about systems and actual the piloting and the branding and so on. So we do expect that this phase will continue as planned. Hopefully the legislative part will be over by the end of the Danish presidency, but if not, then some elements will be undertaken by the Cypriot presidency. And we do expect that during the Cypriot presidency, we will be entering into the trilogues. So these are the informal negotiations between the European Parliament, the Council, and the European Commission. So this is where we stand at present. As you said, the US is not pursuing this route. The US is going for a digital currency in the private sector through crypto assets, stable coins, and other related assets. This is the era of digitization, so one would expect that I think that this will continue both in the US and in Europe. But however, we do think that the market is moving very fast, so your crypto assets need to be appropriately regulated and supervised. We are, through MiGA, I mean, this is the market cryptocurrencies, crypto asset directive is looking to achieve this, but more is needed to make sure that we proceed with digital currencies in a prudent manner. As you know, this is a very volatile. I mean, crypto assets have been very volatile, so one needs to proceed with caution. To my mind, the creation of a digital euro would act as a basis for the creation of other safe currencies and eventually other types of safe assets such as bonds, in a digital format, but this is yet to come.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
And as ever, we move on straight away to our next session. We're trying to catch up with time before our coffee break. We are going to discuss artificial intelligence in the fintech era. So I would like to ask Paul Meeks, Gregory Dallas, and Raheli Bindman to come and join me on the platform. Well, good. Great. AI has certainly been all the rage in recent weeks. We've seen what's happened to the stock price of NVIDIA, for example. So, Paul Meeks, we will begin with you from Freedom Capital Markets. You have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. As we say in the States, how you doing? So I am a technology analyst for an investment bank in New York called Freedom Capital Markets. So I've been covering the tech sector ever since the mid-1980s. And so I've seen a lot of mega trends. And of course, today we're talking about AI, the latest and greatest. And I will tell you that when it comes to these cycles, there's obviously also a hype cycle. And what happens typically is they overestimate the near-term impact of a technology transition. But believe it or not, despite the near-term hype, sometimes they underestimate the long-term. And I think that's what's going to happen. I will tell you that I also ran a very big tech fund for Merrill Lynch during the internet bubble. So I'm often asked, what is different when that bubble popped? Because when that bubble popped, the NASDAQ went down about 80%, and it did not recover for 14 years. And this. So I would tell you, are we in an AI bubble? I would say absolutely. However, I think that it's not going to pop for several years. Because here's why. This year, the hyperscalers, which are your huge technology companies, Amazon, Apple, Meta, the likes of those companies, they're going to spend about $400 billion on AI this year. And I've just listened to all their quarterly conference calls, and they plan to accelerate the spending, which they've already accelerated several times into 2026. And so you worry that with all this spending, when we're done, we're going to probably spend several trillion dollars with a T. You will have companies that will be disintermediated by AI. You'll have some companies that promise to monetize AI, but they never will, so there's a chance that their stocks go to zero. But the thing that's different this time versus the internet bubble, and when that popped, is the people that are spending the money, or the bulk of the money, have the money. These are companies with very big balance sheets. They generate tons of free cash flow. Until this point, they have been spending their free cash flow to invest in AI. And even when that runs out, they won't have to go too heavily in debt. And the other thing that's happening is during the internet bubble, when they built this infrastructure, quite often it was money lent to other people in the ecosystem. Now they're taking equity stakes in each other. Now that could lead to a different problem, but at least we're not going to have in the next couple of years someone, particularly OpenAI, not being able to pay interest expense. Last time, during the internet bubble, we had a lot of debt, and when you can't pay your interest expense, you're finished. And also, some of the companies that were borrowing it were, in the United States, it starts with an S and it ends with a T, those kind of companies. This time, the hyperscalers are spending. They have big pockets. They're generating free cash flow. And if they want to borrow money, which they may or may not, they will be able to do so easily. But I will tell you that one of the things that does worry me, in the United States, we call it circular investing, right? Here's the deal. You have a company, OpenAI, right, which started the revolution in November of 22 with the introduction of ChatGPT. And right now in the private markets, it's being valued at $500 billion. So if you put it today in the S&P 500, our stock index, it would be company number 16, that big. They're going to do an IPO. They haven't announced it, but I see it, sometime in 26, and they want to do a IPO that raises $60 billion, and it's going to value the company at $1 trillion. My God. And if this IPO comes to fruition, and of course all the investment banks will love to have that deal, $1 trillion valuation, that's big, and also the $60 billion, I think that would be the most money raised ever in IPO. I think the record was about $30 billion with Saudi Aramco back in 2013 or 2014 or such. And so this will be very interesting because I don't know if I necessarily believe in the theme of circular investing, particularly since we're taking equity stakes and we're not borrowing money, but everybody depends on OpenAI. Everybody. And so you better hope that that company is a, what we call in the States, a grand slam home run. Because you think about it, Microsoft owns 27%. NVIDIA has just invested $100 billion. AMD, if they get to certain milestones, will take a 10% position in OpenAI. And all the spending by the hyperscalers is typically backed by OpenAI, either directly or indirectly. And so I'm not so worried about circular investing blowing up as it did in the late 90s, early 2000s. But this concentration on OpenAI, let's say it's a bit scary. And the last thing I'll say before I close my remarks is you might have seen Secretary Pompeo here last night. I might have a different opinion of said president, but this negotiation ongoing with the U.S. and the Chinese, I am more worried than most. I don't necessarily worry about the tariffs. Those are bad enough, but I think it's a negotiating ploy. But what happens if the Chinese say no to NVIDIA chips being exported from the US to China? That is a big deal. We need NVIDIA to be able to send those chips to China. And it's not just for the sake of NVIDIA, it's the sake of the ecosystem. And so I read the tariff stuff, you know, kind of half-heartedly, but we must do a deal with the Chinese, and we got to get those NVIDIA chips there. So I will tell you, that's my perspective. And if you want to catch me in the break, all I do is cover tech stocks for a living, so I always have ideas. But hey, thanks, guys, for having me.
Well done. and now, Gregory Delis, on the compliance front from EcomBX. As compliance and risk increasingly also adopts AI, how can financial institutions ensure that this is going to enhance the ability to detect and prevent financial crime, as opposed to possibly to erode the ability to do this? I mean, crypto generally has been quite a problem for financial crime. What's your answer?
You know, I've worked in the traditional banking. The things that triggered me to switch to a fintech was technology and the use of technology in a fintech, right? And, you know, understanding more about AI, machine learning, and how you can use this in financial services. And I guess I look at it from the point of view of compliance, but actually, you know, coming into the world of fintech 6.5 years ago, I've seen that AI is transforming the way we move money, the way we manage our money. But it's not just how we move money, but actually how we manage the trust around financial services. Because financial services is all about trust, right? It's, you know, you put your money in a bank, you trust that it will be kept safely, and that you initiate the transaction, it will be executed securely and accurately. But if you look at it from the point of view of compliance, what we've noticed in the last few years is a move from human-led investigation to sort of machine learning or AI anticipation. So we leave part of what we do to the machine. But you know what I would say is that with that power also comes a lot of responsibility. AI can spot what humans might miss. They can look at millions of transactions in a few seconds, and they can spot anomalies, but also they can embed those biases that, I mean, if you look at data, and if AI is built around historical data, and historical data is built around human prejudice or human bias, then what you essentially and effectively do is build that, you know, bias into your future decisions, into the decisions of the AI. So it's not really how we use AI, but it's more about how we govern AI at the end of the day. Because in an era, and this is it's in the title, in an era where you know, machine or AI decides who will be onboarded in a bank, and who will be flagged and what transaction will be flagged, ethics becomes as critical as efficiency, and that's what we need to work on. But AI, when AI is used properly, it's a phenomenal ally. I mean, we all see it. Even the use of ChatGPT today, just for a simple investigation, is really helpful. But again, even with ChatGPT, I use it quite a bit, and when I search for something, you know, you need to ask, you know, are you sure? Or can you double check? Or what about this? And the answer will change. So AI will essentially enhance compliance and enhance our decisions if we build it around human judgment. So we are still necessary. It's not just the machine. People are necessary to drive this change where AI will be more helpful.
And what should institutions do today to be ready, audit ready for when supervisors look at their AI systems? And do you think that actually AI will make the compliance officer's job easier?
I wouldn't say easier. I would say more interesting. Because what AI does is it takes away those repetitive and boring tasks.
Yeah.
And it leaves you more room to think and take decisions and use your judgment. And obviously that raises the bar and raises expectations from compliance officers. So I don't think it can replace compliance officers, at least not before I retire. I'm hoping it won't replace before I retire. But I think what it will do, it will help us take better decisions, again, provided that it's built based on human judgment and based on how the human mind works, take away the bias and take away the prejudice. And you asked about, how are you audit ready? And obviously regulators are starting to look at the use of AI in financial services more and more proactively. I think you should treat AI as another senior employee in your institution.
Yes.
So AI should have a job description. You should know what to expect from it. You should be able to monitor it, monitor how it works, be able to change it and have a full change management program. If you're making changes, there needs to be an audit trail. You need to have documentation around that and be able to prove, how the model works. You need to be, before you can prove how the model works, you need to be able to understand how the model works, right? And then obviously document its decisions and have something for the regulator to see.
I just hope AI doesn't replace journalism, at least not in the immediate future. And now we could turn to Raheli Binman from 10 Digital Bank, and I think you have a video.
Yeah, a short video I want to show you.
Please.
So hi, my name is Rachel Binman. I'm the Chief Communication and Regulation Officer at 10 Bank from Israel. And today I would like to talk about the fundamental conflict of interest of traditional banking system. Banks benefit when customers do not ask questions, do not negotiate, do not manage their finance. I'll give you an example from Israel. We have in Israeli bank accounts, more than 250 billion shekels just sitting in current account bearing 0 interest rates. And more than 50% of Israeli households are in overdraft at least once a year. Who benefits from that? The banks, right? So now let's think that the traditional banking system would like to change and offer fair interest rates on deposits to all of its customers without discrimination. What will then happen? Their revenue will decrease in more than 50%, right? Because they discriminate between customers. But let's say they want to do it and they want to decrease their expenses. But if you drill down to their expense structure, you see they have really heavy fixed costs. They have hundreds of branches, thousands of employees, legacy IT systems, which are really expensive. So it will take years for them to decrease these expenses. And what happened in the meantime? So what we believe is that only building banks from scratch using technology and specific AI technology will change the relationship between banks and their customers. And there are 3 major applications of AI in the financial system. The first and most obvious one is to replace manual procedures with automation. It decreases costs, and we can transfer the saving to the customers to lower their fees, to give them better interest rates on deposits, right? But what is more interesting is predictive AI and implementing predictive AI in financial systems. Today, predictive AI can anticipate that the account is going to get into overdraft and send notification, as I just showed you, to the customers, telling them your account is about to overdraft. You might want to take money from your deposits or from your savings or even from another bank based on open banking and avoid high overdraft fees. And on the other hand, predictive AI can also predict, can also see if the account is going to finish the month in a positive amount with spare cash, which is not needed for day-to-day transaction and can be transferred to bearing interest deposits or even long-term investments. So predictive AI can prevent customers from doing mistakes, financial mistakes, right? And can be proactive. But the most interesting part in applying AI in financial industry is by using generative AI. You probably know that only 1% of population today has access to private banking services, to professional financial advice. The wealthiest people have this access. But the rest of us? Recently, Revolut Bank, which I presume most of you know, published a survey showing that more than 60% of Brits are asking for financial advice on social media. So most of us do not have access to professional financial services. We do not know how to manage our finance, and we go online to ask strangers where to put our money. So now let's imagine each and any of us have private banker, digital private banker, that is available 24/7, give us immediate response, an accurate response. As you said, it can evaluate millions of transactions in seconds. And it can proactively help you and even manage the finance for you. We will have experts, agents, like a pension expert that will take care of our pension before we retire and take care of everything in front of the insurance company. We'll have an AI agent who will take care of our investments portfolio and rebalance it. We'll have an AI professional that will take care of our taxes and tax reports. So we won't have to do it. And then what will then happen, there will be a democratization of access to financial services to all of us that is now only available to the wealthiest. So I think it's a major change in the relationship between customers and their financial advisors.
Very good. Thank you. I just have one sort of very general question as somebody who knows almost nothing about this subject, but I'm very impressed by the use of trillions whenever we talk about AI, not just billions. So it's clearly something we need to learn a lot more about. But thinking a little bit about some of what Mike Pompeo said last night, and thinking also about the point that Paul Meeks made about NVIDIA chips and China, how worried should we in the West be that actually China is going to win the AI race, that China is pouring a lot of money into AI, that if this is a race, that they may be ahead? Any of you?
I'll take it.
Please.
I'm very concerned about it because we know that the Chinese government this now just announced their next 5-year plan. They want technology independence. Now, the gap between the GPUs that NVIDIA is producing and the Chinese can produce, there's a large gap. But I will tell you that they have a lot of resources to bear, and they will get there. And I think we should be quite concerned. So I'd rather see cooperation or cooperation with competition, because it seems to me that that is necessary for both sides, because we could in the United States get hurt as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any view on China's role in all this?
Maybe this is not what we want to hear, but I think China was ahead for many, many years. And I think they will continue to be ahead because technology was their thing for forever. I don't think it's bad, and I don't think it's a competition. I think it's working together to get this right. Because again, it's not just technology, it's how you use it. And I was really happy to hear Raheli talk about the use in financial services and the agents. But again, somebody needs to tell those agents what to do and needs to program those agents accordingly. So again, humans are behind it. And it doesn't matter whether you are in China or the US, so long as you have good ideas and you can take them forward and you can protect, the use of technology so that it takes you in the right direction. I think that's a good way to do it.
Please, Raheli.
I want to add something about trust. We talked a lot about trust. And like 2 weeks ago, we had a lecture in our bank about AI. And the speaker asked the audience if a car was to park outside the bank and would offer to take them wherever they want to go, but it will drive with automated car with no driver, would they get in? And I was surprised to hear that most of the people did not want to get into this car. They were afraid from the technology. And the funny thing is that more than 90% of accidents are caused by the human factor. But still, people are afraid to go to automated car. Actually, in China, there's a lot of automated car, right? But there's, I think, a path need to be taken for people to trust technology. And in a regulated world, in a world of banking, where we have a really strong regulator that make us accountable and responsible for our advice, it would be much easier to implement AI and bring the trust. So even if in China, so if we take technology from China, but the accountability will be on the regulated banks, and they will have to be accountable of their advice, what to do with the money. If we are mistaken, we'll pay, right? Yeah. So I think if to implement AI is in a regulated world where there's a structure that someone is supervising it and make sure we are working with the customers, helping the customers, and not going against them.
I have a follow-on.
Please.
Yeah. In the United States, we are still following regulations for the internet that were passed in 1996. That's when Bill Clinton was president. And so one of the things that you have seen that has the internet has evolved, even before we get to AI, the regulation and the leadership has really essentially been delegated to the EU. I hope that with AI, that we have an opportunity to set our own guardrails, to create our own legislation. But our country is so bitterly divided, it may be very difficult to get that through Congress. But if you think about it, I would say in some ways it stunted the growth and effectiveness of the internet, because we're still operating in 1996 and 2025. And now we have a chance. Maybe we do it better this time with the regulations for AI in the United States.
Gosh.
Yeah.
On the other hand, the United States right now has a government that's just shut down.
That's right, or may never reopen.
Is it better without a government? Any last questions before we break? Yes, please, here. There will be a microphone, I hope, coming to you. And perhaps you could say who you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Very intriguing discussion. My name is Alak Verma. I live in the United States in Silicon Valley. I am a technology professional, worked at Oracle, and now I am having an AI-based company called bcentric.ai. I am also here with PwC as Associate Advisor on AI. Very intriguing comment I would like to make to Paul. You touched upon OpenAI, which is just tip of the iceberg. Now, enterprise B2B application yet to come up.
Yeah.
And Oracle of the world, where I spent long years, Larry Ellison has bet on AI with all enterprise applications. What do you think the market will respond in future about enterprise B2B application based on departmental LLMs? Now, generative AI, what you touched upon, OpenAI, is very generic. Grok has come in from NVIDIA. Then you have Anthropic Cloud has come in. Perplexity has come in from all Silicon Valley in the US. Now is the time for us to wake up from business world to embrace B2B application running on the AI models, which we are almost ready. Marcus is ready to respond, and as you were commenting on, it's us. We need to trust the data and application to support. Augmented intelligence, I will say it is not artificial anymore, it's augmented. Any comments I'd like to take from Paul?
I definitely agree that enterprise applications will be an incredible market. You think about companies, you mentioned Oracle, SAP, ServiceNow, Workday, Salesforce.com. They all will have to reinvent themselves. I am most impressed with what Oracle is doing because Oracle has Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So they're now not waiting necessarily to make a lot of revenue off the apps. They will, but now they're actually getting paid to host the infrastructure. And it looks like when we reach an agreement with the Chinese that Oracle will be the lead to take over the operations of US TikTok. It still remains to be seen how they manage the transition. Because so far, for example, the bellwether of software as a service, really the grandfather was Salesforce.com. They seem to be struggling with AI based on their quarterly financial results for a year or two now. But I am no fool. We definitely go from the consumer to the business side of the house, and it will be extraordinary. I concur. And give me your card.
Anything you want to add, either of you?
We talked about data, right? And I think the accuracy of data and keeping the data updated is really important, and veracity as well. Because if you train AI on biased or incomplete data, then you're just sort of automating your past mistakes. And if I look at it from the compliant officer's point of view, AI can help, but AI cannot make a bad compliance better. What it can do, it can get them quicker to being wrong and take wrong decisions. So I think data is what drives it all, and there should be lots of attention there.
No, that's great. Well, even better, we're on time. Unless there's one more question. No, I think we're fine. I think we want our coffee break. But I like the idea of automated intelligence as well as artificial intelligence. So thank you very much to all our panel.
Thank you.
All right.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please may I ask you to take your seats because we're going to get started. Thank you very much. I hope you all had a good break, got some coffee, because now we will be continuing through to the end of today's sessions. So, our next panel, Building a Future-Ready Workforce. We've already been talking a little bit about AI. AI is obviously revolutionizing this area too, the skills that workforces need for growth. And so this session will be looking at ways to enhance business capabilities in a changing world. So let me introduce the speakers, and I'll introduce them one by one, ask them to join me on the stage from my left onwards. So first of all, we have Etana Mikalidou, Minister of Education, Sport and Youth, Government of Cyprus. Welcome, Minister. Please join me on the stage. Nicholas Mavridis, AI consultant and academic. Please welcome and join me on the stage. Philippos Soselos, Chief Executive. Philippos Soselos, Chief Executive and Chairman of PwC Cyprus. Welcome, sir. And Valentina Rezeutskaya, Executive Director of Capital.com. And Akim Schmillen, Lead Economist for Social Protection and Labour at the World Bank. Welcome, all of you. Okay, so we're going to keep to a very strict timetable. Everybody's got maximum 6 minutes. If you keep it to 5, that's even better because it gives us more time for discussion and Q&A, which is always nice. There will be timer, so you can keep an eye, and I will stop you if you go over the time. So I'm sure we're going to have a great discussion, and I'm going to hand over to you, Minister, to kick off our discussion.
I'll have to talk in Greek, please, since I'm the Minister of Education. Είναι χαρά μου που συμμετέχω σε αυτό το panel.
It is my pleasure to participate in today's panel on this very important topic, when it's very important to redefine education and skills, since we're talking about the future. AI is no longer a distant promise. It is a reality that affects every aspect of daily life, work and learning and education. Our ministry is working systematically on this matter in order to cultivate citizens with skills, responsibility, historical identity and democratic values, who at the same time are capable of contributing creatively to the future. Let me talk about the digital transformation of education, which is at the heart of our policy. We're not simply aiming to upgrade schools technologically, we are aiming to meaningfully integrate technology into learning, to give added value to teaching, but mainly to learning. It is very important for us to strengthen our educators who need constant vocational development and active participation in the design and implementation of our interventions. In cooperation with the Research, Innovation and Digital Policy Ministry that gives the direction for digital skills, education has an important role to play. We focus on 3 pillars: digitally competent schools, digitally competent teachers, and digitally competent students who will have the skills, critical thinking, and digital citizenship required. Of course, technology is for us a tool to enhance teaching, learning, and cultivating all these skills that we expect students to have. Taking advantage funds from our own resources, but also European funds, we strengthen our infrastructure, the content, that's the curricula, the procedures, and we measure results. We also invest in parallel support of this attempt with the vocational consultation, where we give time and space to these new professions and the needs of the labor market. This institution of professional vocational consultancy for children is important, and now we have it from the primary level as well. It is very important to cultivate skills, but also for the children to make the right choices when needed. Very recently, less than a month ago, we presented our policy document, but also the specific guidelines to utilize AI in class, in school. We worked with a team of experts from all over the world, experts on AI in education, and we presented to our educators not just a theory, the policy document, but also our practical suggestions as to how AI is included in the classroom, is implemented, is utilized, and always having on mind the ethics of this use, of this utilization, because there is a series of questions by our educators as to what they can and cannot do within this framework. Here, of course, we aligned with the contemporary references on these matters, especially on education. Briefly, to mention our main principles were human-centered approach, where students and teachers remain at the focus, ethics and responsible use, therefore conscious use of AI, promotion of critical thinking, digital competence, and literacy in these matters. Inclusion, because also in new technologies, and especially AI, we are interested to safeguard equal opportunities of learning for all, and of course continuous professional development that concerns our educators and the need for them to be informed. So in this three-dimensional model of artificial intelligence literacy, which has to do with learning about AI, learning with AI, and learning AI, this has defined our whole framework and has served us because it includes everything that I've said before. The text is a living document, and we ask all to read it. It's already posted because we accept suggestions, recommendations, remarks, and of course, best practices in the field of education. Everything that we do is with the aim to be aligned with the European strategies and policies regarding literacies, and especially technological literacy. We have set a priority within the framework of the European presidency that we shall undertake in January, and we will deal specifically with education and digital education in order to give opportunities to our schools to present their work. In conclusion, let me say that we are concerned with lifelong learning as well. Our document policy touches upon other forms of education which are necessary and very, very serious. Allow me to refer the evening high schools and middle schools that give second chances, to the technical middle school, which is a part of the educational system and gives opportunities early on to children to familiarize themselves with technologies, and of course lifelong learning that concerns education up until the end of our lives. The aim is for all citizens to have the possibility to upgrade or reskill. Finally, we care about the human-centered future of all this field. We want to safeguard that children and educators work within a safe environment from all aspects. And we work systematically, and we can discuss this later on, about the transition of a knowledge-centered school to a skills-centered school, keeping humans in the focus. Thank you.
Okay, handing over to Mr. Mavridis.
So just make sure the sound is going through, and if we can start playing the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, we have it, I think.
Oh, wonderful. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be in Cyprus. I used to give like 15 invited lectures a year, but it's been a while since I've been here. This will be quite, I think, an emotionally appealing lecture. If you want more technicalities, you can also find things on YouTube from previous lectures of mine. There's one in London, and one in 2022 online, and so on the future of jobs. When I was a 7-year-old, the same age as my youngest son, Vasilis, I was dreaming of creating a robotic helper, like Kyros Granazis in Disney once did. Years later, this childhood dream started turning into a reality. Through my robot replay during my PhD at MIT, with which I still maintain a close connection today, and many more robots later, some of which reached the BBC and all over the world. And nowadays, when bedtime comes for my son Vasilis, ChatGPT, a digital cousin of that robotic helper, helps me and him build stories and visions of the future that we would like to hear, to dream of, and one day to make real. And what a dream it was just last night. The dream of entering the age of meaning and global flourishing. An age where our planet will now have the unique opportunity to reach, if only we dispel the dark clouds that seem to be gathering. Imagine an age where work is voluntary, purpose-driven, and collaborative, where people engage in projects of meaning of their own choice, restoring ecosystems, advancing art, science, doing mentorship. An age where education becomes lifelong cultivation of wisdom, and teachers evolve into learning architects and mentor philosophers, advancing thinking, but also guiding creativity and ethics hand in hand. That is a world that I want for my children, and all the children of the world. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicholas Mavridis. My journey began in academia, reaching all the way to full professor and institute director, before expanding into consulting and corporate work, as well as several pro bono positions since then. Our topic today is building a future-ready workforce. And as I told you, I've spoken about this a number of times before. I will structure this talk around 3 words covering the why, the what, and the how: goals, skills, and means. First, the goal. The goal isn't to make humans work like machines. It is to make machines help people think, create, and care better for each other and for our planet. If we succeed, we will create not just better workers, which is one of the outcomes of an education system, but also better citizens and better humans in the deeper sense of the word. Second, the skills. The skills of the future are not just digital or analytical. They are moral, creative, and connective. And they depend very much on our ability to learn continuously, and just as importantly, to unlearn when the world changes around us. And third, the means. No one should be left behind. We must be fast and inclusive in preparing the citizens of the world, and for a good reason, as we shall see. Because if we can teach people to learn continuously, to work with machines without losing empathy, and to see technology as a means for shared prosperity, then we will not only build a future-ready workforce, but we will build a future-worthy civilization. And when I say no one should be left behind, I do not do so out of simplistic altruism. In order to avoid devastating increases in inequality, both within and across nations, we must educate people and also answer one central question. Will AI lead to worker augmentation and creation of new tasks, or to worker replacement? The decision is in our hands, and the preparation of our workforce through policy and through strong synergies between academia, business, and government is crucial to ensuring the first and not the second. And also through what Daron Acemoglu calls pro-worker AI, which I will talk about soon. And how can we educate the world for the word and the age of AI? My alma mater, MIT, also using global partnerships, has shown a path forward. The MIT Day of AI have reached 1.5 million students worldwide. The Universal AI Initiative, led by Dimitris Bertsimas, aims to reach 1 billion learners, students, workers, managers, as well as disadvantaged groups alike. Courses are delivered through AI tutors and humans, structured on micro-credentials, and focused not only on AI itself, but on AI plus X. So they're tailored for each vertical, each profession, integrating both technical mastery as well as ethics. And beyond these course examples, one can create concrete policy action points towards AI education, as I have done here, and we can discuss about them later. And one can also create concrete policy action points towards pro-worker AI, as Daron Acemoglu for MIT has done, towards incentivizing companies to move in the direction of human augmentation instead of human replacement. And if you have a look at them, there's a number of things that are somewhat in contrast to the situation today. Thus, imagine a world where these marvels of technology are not just built in the Silicon Valley, but also here in Cyprus, the ancient heart of the Mediterranean. And imagine a world where we achieve capabilities that are once unimaginable some years ago, and where billions of people are liberated from slaving in tasks unworthy of spending their lives on. A world where an ever-growing share of humanity experiences lives truly worth living, lives of well-being, creativity, inclusivity, and above all, meaning. That is the world within our reach, if we act wisely. And so, to conclude, let us keep our ultimate goal in mind. The goal isn't to make humans work like machines, but to make machines help people think, create, and care for each other and for the world. Let this idea stand at the heart of our concrete action points as we, together, academia, business, and government, prepare our workforce and our societies for an age of meaning and global flourishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Saselas, over to you next. You're very welcome to stay where you are.
Okay, thank you. So, we stand at a pivotal moment. Artificial intelligence, particularly generative, and now agentic, is redefining what we think is possible, how we work, and how we grow. So the question for the discussion today is indeed profound. How do we build a workforce ready, not only for today, but for a future that keeps accelerating? Let me share my reflections around three themes. One, the transformation taking place in the world of work. The second, the emerging skill gaps. And the third, the opportunity before us, especially for Cyprus. So, on the transformation of the future of work, we have clearly entered the age of human augmentation. Generative AI is already helping us to do our jobs better, and agentic AI will do part of our jobs for us. And so we will see, and we are seeing already, the rise of the digital workforce, where AI agents act as teammates, freeing us from repetitive work so that we as humans can focus on higher value impact. On the other hand, there is widespread concern about job losses. Some recent job cuts in companies like Amazon, SAP, and Microsoft are feeding public anxiety. It is important that we maintain a big picture perspective and make sure that as societies we use this anxiety productively. We know that every industrial revolution created more jobs than it destroyed. But it is important, of course, to remember that the new jobs required evolved skills. A structural shift and a need for job rebalancing is necessary. Maintaining perspective, the recent job losses represent restructurings affecting a relatively small percentage of the total workforces in the above organizations, on average 3 to 7%. It is inevitable that in the transition, some job roles will be replaced by technology in their entirety. The important shift, however, that we have ahead of us as responsible businesses and as societies will be in job redesign. We should be asking, what should humans do that AI cannot do? And what can AI take on so that humans can focus on higher order impact? This new reality will have a profound impact on static jobs supported by static job descriptions and static skill requirements. We do not live in a static world. Static jobs will be replaced. The best route to job security is to embrace the need for job reshaping and personal relevance. As Jensen Huang of NVIDIA said, you won't lose your job to AI, you will lose it to someone who uses AI better than you. I do not see this statement as a threat, but as a reminder that we are all on the same starting line to build new muscles and stay relevant in this evolving world. Which brings me to my second theme of the skill gaps. As jobs evolve, so will the necessary skills to support them. The workforce of the future must combine digital fluency and proficiency with AI tools, ability to learn new things fast and adapt them with speed, critical thinking, empathy and interpersonal skills, collaboration skills, growth mindset. Our challenge is to help people reskill for purpose, at speed, and at scale in an inclusive manner. The entire domain of education, like the minister just described, requires a total redesign to be able to provide skills on a lifelong basis, create inclusive, human-centered learning ecosystems built on trust, curiosity, and the courage to reinvent ourselves, utilize digital learning platforms, peer coaching, and micro-credentials that evolve with technology, ensure that our universities even evolve to become lifelong learning hubs that evolve with the market and with society's needs. Leadership skills must also evolve. Leaders need to model curiosity, experiment openly, and drive collaboration not only amongst humans, but across the hybrid workforce of the future between humans and AI agents. So finally, let me conclude with the focus of the opportunity for Cyprus. True to our vision for the country, to be one of the best places in the world to live, work, and to do business, we do recognize that our size, agility, and education levels are real advantages for becoming a regional talent and innovation hub, as well as a living lab for human-centric AI. But we need to act systemically and decisively as a connected ecosystem across business, government, and academia, like you mentioned. For this vision, we should not underestimate the critical importance of data. Data, like oil, has no value underground. We must break data silos, connect data ecosystems, and build a stronger digital infrastructure, turning information into insight and impact. And of course, we have the chief scientist sharing exactly that vision. So Cyprus has the advantage of manageable scale to achieve its vision. Moving with speed and ambition, Cyprus can leapfrog larger economies and build a workforce that is both technologically advanced and deeply human, a model for others to follow.
Thank you very much. Right on time, but the clock is not stopped working. Can we have the clock back, please, as an aid?
I did time myself for 6 minutes.
You were on time, but yeah. Okay, now I'm handing over to Ms. Reziutskaya.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today to talk about something that affects all of us, how to build a future-ready workforce. We live in a time of change. Artificial intelligence is transforming how we work, what skills we need, and how businesses grow. AI is not just a new tool, it's a new way of thinking. The key question is not whether AI will change our jobs, it already has. The real question is, how can we prepare people to grow with it, not be replaced by it? Across every industry, we see the same pattern. Tasks that are repetitive or routine are being automated. But new jobs are appearing, ones that need creativity, judgment, emotional intelligence, and problem solving. AI won't turn information into actions on its own. AI can analyze millions of data points in seconds, but it still needs people. People who can ask the right questions, make ethical decisions, and understand the human side of every problem. So the future of work is not about replacing humans with machines, it's about building a stronger partnership between them. But as we do this, we must also navigate a new legal frontier. In Europe, the AI Act is setting the first global standard for responsible AI use. Yet, many gray areas remain, like who owns the intellectual property of AI-generated creatives, or who is accountable when an algorithm makes a harmful decision. To succeed in the new world, we also need a new mix of skills. Yes, digital skills matter, understanding data, using AI tools, adapting to new platforms. But just as important are human skills, critical thinking and ethics, emotional intelligence, clear communication, and the ability to learn and adapt quickly. As AI evolves faster than regulation, we also need AI literacy, knowing how to use these tools responsibly and understanding their legal and ethical boundaries. Studies show that in the next 5 years, around 40% of core job skills will change. That means learning can no longer stop after university or a degree. It must become a lifelong habit. Lifelong learning is a new job security. For businesses, building a future-ready workforce means changing how we think about talent. We must invest not only in technology, but also in people, creating workplaces where learning never stops. This means giving employees time, tools, and motivation to develop new skills. It also means preparing for compliance with AI regulations, ensuring transparency, data protection, and accountability are built into every system we deploy. Every AI input at Capital.com passes through human review. Teams are trained to verify sources, test assumptions, and document where AI was used. The technology is there to assist, but the final call always rests with a human being. Companies that combine innovations with ethics and technology with strong human values will always lead. And here I want to focus on something very important, the role of women in the workforce of the future. Today, many talented women still accept lower paid jobs or part-time roles because of family responsibilities or lack of flexibility. AI and digital tools can help to change this. Remote work, flexible schedules, and digital collaboration can open doors for women to build careers, start businesses, and reach leadership positions without having to choose between career and family. AI can also help reduce bias in hiring and evaluation if we design it ethically and transparently. That's why we need women not only using AI, but shaping how it's built and governed. A truly future-ready workforce must also be an inclusive one, where technology becomes a tool for fairness and empowerment. Governments and educators play a crucial role. We need schools that teach young people how to learn, not just what to learn. AI literacy, ethics, and creativity should be part of every curriculum. At the same time, EU policymakers must give clear guidelines on issues like data rights, liability, and IP ownership for AI creative work, so innovation can thrive responsibly. Legal clarity does not slow innovation, it empowers it. The workforce of the future will not only be more digital, it will be also human. People who can think, care, create, and lead with purpose will always be in demand. If you use AI wisely, guided by ethics, inclusion, and clear rules, it can give us more than efficiency, it can give us opportunity. The future is not something we wait for, it's something we build together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, you saved us 1 minute and 20 seconds, which is really appreciated. So now over to Akim Schmillen from the World Bank.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here. It's in a way a difficult act for me to follow the four other esteemed speakers. So a lot what I would say would maybe, echo what has been said before, because I do think we actually have a lot of consensus, which is interesting. But I'll try to bring in a few nuances and also a little bit of a different structure, perhaps thinking about the building of a future-ready workforce based on our World Bank research. And so I will touch about 4 points. I think 2 I'll keep very short because they've already been covered quite well. Some of the megatrends that we see that really change the nature of work, including digitization and the rise of AI. Then I'll speak a bit what I do see really as a public policy framework and really how a comprehensive response to those challenges could look like. I'll touch briefly on, then more specifically, the skills that are needed to build a workforce that has the skills to be future ready, just to pick up on 1 or 2 points that have maybe not been mentioned so much, and finally think also about what's actually then the role of business in building this workforce and how in turn business can benefit, which I hope is something of interest to many of you who I believe are from the business community, and also very important, of course, from the World Bank as an organization that places jobs front and center in our work and always try to partner both with the private and the public sector. So first, we all know, and that's been mentioned before, that we have a set of megatrends that are really changing the world of work in very profound ways. We see climate change, demographic change, and then of course technological change and the rise of AI. The long-term implications, I would argue, of some of these trends, and especially of the rise of AI, are very hard to predict. At the moment, though, what we seem to be seeing is that, indeed, AI is destroying some jobs, creating some jobs, but maybe even more so is changing the shape of jobs. And I think I found it very interesting, even in the previous panel, when one of the speakers referred to the role of auditors, where at least so far we don't see auditors disappearing from the banking system, but the role just keeps changing a lot, from doing repetitive, very clearly described tasks to working with AI to actually discovering some weaknesses and maybe being able to do this better, earlier, and in a more effective and transparent way. So that means we'll need to see in a way what happens in the longer term, but at least for now, we will need to maybe manage more some of these changes, some of the job creation, the job losses, and the shifting shapes of jobs. And how can we do this? I think public policy has really then a huge role to play. This is not something that will happen in a technological vacuum. It will really happen depending on our framework. So how do we actually maximize the potential social gains from technological change and the rise of AI and mitigate some of the possible negative effects? So I would just allude to 3 public policy issues. The first is looking at the labor market, where we want to probably promote flexibility, we want to promote adjustments, but at the same time, we also need to make sure that these adjustments can happen in a smoother way, with better provision of labor market information, with better employment services, either by the public or by private providers, and with really more policies that empower workers to move from one job to another. This will help some of the workers make those transitions, but some might still struggle. So we also do need to strengthen social safety nets and really support those workers that are being displaced. And I agree that given the impacts of AI on the labor market in the longer term might really be very profound, that we might go beyond what we've seen as the traditional instruments of social policies and really rethink and experiment with how very fundamentally redistributive policies could actually look like. Finally, investments in education, of course, will be really, really important. And that's, in a way, the core topic of this panel. So I'll not repeat that digital skills across the board are extremely important. I'll also not repeat that socio-emotional skills and other skills that really make workers complement AI, like critical thinking, will remain important. Instead, I want to touch on one type of skills that hasn't been mentioned so much. And this is very fundamental things like numeracy and literacy. Really the basics of education, which we sometimes forget because we get all excited about other things that are also important as well. But at the end of the day, if students today, and even adults who maybe struggle, can be equipped with the foundational skills such as reading and math, then they will be able to actually do what we want them to do, to learn over the course of their life, to adjust, and to be ready to face all the challenges that may come. So this fundamental emphasis needs to happen in basic education, but I said also across the life course, because as has been mentioned before, indeed, lifelong learning is something we'll probably all get used to and we'll all need to emphasize. And I think here is really, for me, the key point where the private sector, where employers do come in. So we do think from the World Bank side that we want to see even closer involvement of employers in workforce training in particular, to really create a future-ready workforce that benefits both the workers, but then of course also the employers. Unfortunately, too often, and I'm not speaking here about Cyprus, but about our observations more generally, we do see a disconnect between what the schools and training centers teach and what the market demands. So what we need is really much more than just diplomas. We need really skills in line of what the labor market needs. So what does this mean? It means aligning skills development with jobs and bringing the private sector to the table, letting enterprises help design curricula, host apprentices, and even certify skills. It also means updating courses continuously so that the graduate skills are not obsolete on day one when they graduate. And finally, it means for business to partner with public and private providers to provide training and to give students exposure to the workforce even before they graduate. Final thought. From our research and from our review of the academic literature, we actually do see that business can increase their productivity and their future readiness by investing in enhanced workplace learning and increasing access to on-the-job training opportunities. So contrary to what's maybe the common perception, evidence actually shows that the productivity gains of on-the-job training tend to exceed the wage gains. So that means, at the end of the day, there's a very strong business case for firms to invest in training, and it really means that building a future-ready workforce is a task we all can invest in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I think that was a really great introduction to the topic by all our speakers. And though they're on time, we've got about 12 minutes to now dig into this because we're going to run to time. So we need to get on with it. I would like to come to the audience as well, if there are questions. If you have questions, think about them and put your hand up. I mean, I thought the striking thing about the panel actually was the emphasis that everybody put on the kind of human-centered, the kind of human dimension, the role of human agency, that at the end of the day, it's about how we decide what we want to do with AI, how it can be used beneficially, and how it can be used to a purpose. So, you know, I think that's quite refreshing, and it's very important in an age when often we have a lot of doom and gloom and fear and dystopian kind of visions of the future, of what AI may bring. So, getting straight back to education, Atena, I think there's, you know, if you look around, there does seem to be this strong impetus to be seen to be doing something all the time with AI in every sector, and including in education. And often it's, you know, there's very little thought going into what purpose, how we're going to evaluate this. I think you mentioned, and you mentioned the danger sometimes that maybe the importance of academic rigor gets downgraded in amongst all this. So it's more important to think about the outcomes that we want to achieve. And it sounds like here in Cyprus, you're quite a way ahead in terms of, going down that path? Because obviously it raises all the old questions about what education means, what it means to know, what it means to learn, how do we teach, what is the role of the university? We shouldn't lose sight of all those. So what, at the end of the day, AI is just a supportive tool, or is it more than that?
I strongly believe that AI is not replacing the teacher in any way at any level of education, and it's becoming even more important to emphasize the basic skills that are needed, both for teachers and especially students, of course. Critical thinking has been referred here many times. It's very important right now and in the future to have competent citizens, the students to be ready early on to learn what is good or not so much. So to have the criteria, to have the critical mind in order to think on their own and put these boundaries that need to be there. So what we are doing is letting them know early on, give them the knowledge. The knowledge is there, the access is huge to information. The issue for us is to go back to basics, and I totally agree with what has been said, to learn them the basics, give them the basic skills and competences in order to be active in there.
Thank you. Dr. Mavridis, I mean, you presented a very, very positive vision of an AI future. Some might even say utopian rather than dystopian, the complete other end of the spectrum. So I just wanted to ask you what you see as the main challenges as well as the opportunities, which you really presented quite well in your introduction.
So I left the difficulties for the end, right? Even in what was said before, when it comes to preparing the students who are now in primary school about their working life, which is 18 years later, there's so much that we don't know, right? So there's a lot of interesting questions there, and even things that have to do with classical studies, philosophy, mathematics, and ethics are at the basis of what will remain while the technical fields will be changing. Anyway, let me go to the difficulties. At the national level, one of the difficulties is the balance of power between business and government, right? If you had a look at the sort of reforms that are required in order to be able to get a worker-friendly AI, one of the important things is to be able to change, for example, the taxation frameworks in order to have a different balance between labor and capital taxation, right? So how do you do that, especially in democracies, even more so when democracies get even more polarized through AI? Number two, there's global concentration of AI capability and large monopolies, right? NVIDIA has everything, for example, in hardware. And the other players, there are not so many, right? So how can we have more competition, which is one of the other requirements that were over there? And there's also the geopolitical dimension. How do you legislate across borders? Is it just, bilateral agreements? To what extent can you enforce them? Then there's a question of how do you prepare the workforce, right, in practice, in order to find the new tasks for the things that are being replaced, and then be able to create trainings in time. Deal also with what the workers will do while they're not ready, if there are enough positions. And in many cases in the past, we have seen that there's not as many new effective positions being created as compared to what is being lost through automation, right? So we need to be able to speed up. How do you coordinate all that? And how do you coordinate with the psychological, if you want, aspects of what the workers and the families have to go through, right? But there's also a lot of opportunities. The things we can do now with AI tutors, with virtual reality, with even physiological sensing, we can create amazing, if you want, training programs at minimal cost and with high effectiveness. And finally, I want to close with a comment on the basis of what was called about small and smart nations that, President Armen Sargsyan said yesterday, right? I think that nations such as Cyprus have a unique opportunity. They have the agility to be able to create nice, very fast pilot-scale experiments to see what might work well, and in the end become living labs and lead the way for the world to see how to follow in many ways. And I hope that this island that has this very long history and yet very beautiful nature, which is at the heart of the Mediterranean and big part of the ancient world, could play this role. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Saselis, I just wanted to ask you really about, to give more of your own experience in your own sector, in your own work, in terms of how AI is already reshaping your sector and changing things. Are you already seeing new roles emerging as a result of the application of AI models and systems for you and your clients and so on, just to give us a bit more of an insight of some of your practical experience here.
How much time do I have? I can talk for a long time on this.
I wish we had more time, right? It would be a wonderful discussion.
About 90 seconds.
Yeah. No, the gist of it is that we are equally concerned with how to support our clients, navigate through all these changes, but also how to make ourselves relevant. I think a safe prediction is that the pace of change will keep increasing. And that becomes almost like an arms race. Even in our profession, amongst the professional service firms, which of the firms or how the profession, which is already disrupted in a very big way, and if we do nothing, a lot of it will be replaced by AI to be done cheaper and quicker, how we remain relevant. So in this race for relevance, there are investments in our sector and in our clients. So we are seeing the evolution happening in horizons. So we are living in the first horizon where a lot of productivity is at the individual level. People are trying to use the tools to augment themselves and find efficiency gains. The next horizon has to be a more systemic organization level restructuring of workflows so that organizations themselves enable the use of AI. And that is what we do. And of course, a third horizon, and they are not necessarily sequential, they're all parallel, is how we create new growth models through innovation using AI. So we're working on all those dimensions.
Can I just to ask you there, a long time ago, a very famous economist said that we're talking about technology and the impact of, this was decades ago, talking about the impact of technology on growth and productivity, saying, we're seeing it everywhere. We're seeing this technological revolution everywhere except in the productivity numbers.
We don't find it, yeah.
Do you think, is it going to take longer to see this, or are we seeing this already?
That's a really great question. So my take is that there was also the point about the hype of overestimating the impact in the short term. I think the reason we don't see the impact in productivity is because there is a lot of resistance within organizations to really utilize fully the adoption side. And a lot of the productivity gains remain hidden in the personal productivity gains of individuals. There is that fear also of people over-disclosing how more efficient they can get, because then they fear about themselves. So there is an important aspect of empowering people to really reimagine themselves and be comfortable in creating those productivity gains, not against them, but to actually make themselves more valuable. And there are studies and PwC results that show that there is wage premiums for employees who actually can do that.
Thank you. Valentina, I wanted to ask you a similar question, really, about your own industry, your own sector, and how AI is reshaping it, and how employee roles are changing, or even some becoming superfluous. I mean, which roles, can you already see which roles will remain? What sort of the shape of what sort of new roles are going to emerge, and how are you preparing and managing for this?
Oh, yeah, thank you very much for this question. To be honest, we cannot stop the progress. So what I see, a lot of current roles is just changing their job description and duties, etc., just to add this technological part, because now you cannot just be a good professional without knowing how to use technology. This is now it's not possible to be in a good position, in a good shape with this. So what we see from the business perspective, that a lot of people who are successful in their roles, they know how to use it creatively, know how to enhance their core skills using AI or technology. And this is quite important. So basically, whatever profession you take, if you know how to apply it for the benefit of your skills, of your professionalism, of your experience, it will enhance and boost your skills. So I think whatever profession will remain, it will be more with the people who know how to use it smartly and in a good way, basically enhancing their own skills. We don't see any big decrease in the job spaces or like disappearance of some jobs. But what we see, people enhancing their skills and using this like to expand their efficiency as workers in general. So this is something that I think will continue and will enhance in the next few years for sure.
Well, finally, Akim, well, respond to anything that you've heard, but I kind of wanted to bring it back to, to the region, to Cyprus, to Greece. If you can say a little bit about how you think, Cyprus itself, particularly Greece, if you know what's happening there, how well placed they both are. I mean, quite a lot has actually happened in the past few years here in this area in Cyprus and Greece. So do you think they're in a good position to adapt to this new reality?
So, I think that's a super important question. I'll have to say as a caveat that I think most folks in the audience would know Greece and Cyprus probably much better than me. So maybe to bring the question really down to the fundamentals, and for instance, really thinking about where do we want to go? I would start with actually what the governor of the central bank said this morning, and in terms of, in a way, presenting a picture where at this moment, Cyprus, the economic conditions are quite solid, and I do think that's something to really proud of, and I think that's actually the case to some extent for Greece as well. The question is, where do we go from here? For me, the main item really to look at, and I mentioned this before, is really the jobs. So for now, and okay, AI might eventually change this fundamentally. For now, we don't have an issue in terms of the number of jobs. There is relatively full employment in Cyprus, but there is a huge issue about the quality of jobs, and I think a huge potential to use AI to actually increase the quality, the productivity, both for the firms, but then also in terms of the job attributes that workers can draw from. And the other point where I don't know the specific circumstances so well, but I wonder also, following up on, for instance, what Valentina said, is then also about who holds the jobs. And so how can we really use AI for improving jobs access for women, for youth, for maybe older workers who really struggle with this technology, but could at the end of the day also benefit. So I think the fundamentals are there, the preconditions are there, but it's still going to require quite a push to really make it work.
Okay. Well, I'm afraid that's the last word because that's all we've got time for, because we have to move on to the next session. But thank you very much for a very entertaining, interesting panel. I hope the audience enjoyed it, and please join me in thanking the speakers. I think we should have a photograph, and then we'll...
Yep.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next session, a very interesting one also about the prospects for capital markets in the Eastern Mediterranean. We've got three speakers, three great speakers. The first one is George Theokaridis, Chairman of the Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission. Welcome, nice to see you again. Yosef Zinga, Chairman of the Israel Securities Authority. Welcome. Hi, take a seat. And Michael Fekas, Vice Chair, Hellenic Capital Market Commission. Welcome again. Okay, well, we're going to follow a similar format with some introductory remarks from our three speakers, and then we've got some time for Q&A. So, George, I'm handing straight over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, let me thank the organizers for their kind invitation to participate again in this event. So, going into your question, I would structure my brief remarks in terms of what are the EU initiatives and what is the EU prospects, basically, for the securities and capital markets, and then going on to the national situation, the local situation. So one of the key themes right now in the European Union is obviously the need for the Savings and Investments Union. Okay, so it's a discussion that dates back to 2015 when it was first introduced as what it was called at that time the Capital Markets Union. We have not seen a lot of progress during the last decade in terms of this Capital Markets Union. And then we had last year, after the Commission requested it, we had obviously the Draghi report, we had the Letta report about the single market, and then we had also the Neuer report. So we had three very important reports detailing basically how Europe is lacking competitiveness, it's lacking behind obviously the United States, but also to the Asian economies, that there is not enough of financing for the companies in Europe to grow. A lot of the money in Europe are staying in savings account, and if they are not in savings account, there will be investments for US entity, not for European entities. So the lack of financing, the lack of enough capital, basically, it's a major detriment, basically, to the growth of the European Union. And that is why there has been a very strong momentum and a political will, I think, this time around for the Savings and Investment Union. That we had the Compass report by the Commission last spring. Now we're expecting very soon, maybe in the next month, we are expecting the proposal for the Commission for the SIU, which involves a number of initiatives. And this is very important for us because, as we all know, January 1st, we're taking over the presidency, right? So because of the presidency, there will be a number of items that will be falling under our hands, basically, to deal with. And through the SIU, we have the retail investment strategy of, making transparency more important for retail investors, making it more accessible for retail investors, having better product for retail investors, and so on. We have what is called the revival of the securitization framework, which is very important because securitization framework has been something that has worked well in the past and in Europe as well, despite what happened during the global financial crisis in the US. The US has revived from the securitization very quickly. Europe has never revived, and we have seen very low levels of securitization in Europe, and that's why there is a very detailed proposal from the Commission how to revive securitization. We have improving the cross-border provision of funds and reducing operational burdens. We have the whole package of burden reduction and simplification that is needed because it's too much regulatory proposals that are coming out of Europe. We have pension reforms, tax reforms, insolvency reforms, and finally, one area that is controversial, it's the need for centralizing supervision. It's a controversial item. There are some countries that are very much in favor of centralizing and creating one European SEC similar to what you have in the US. There's other countries, including Cyprus, I should say, basically, that they feel that, SIU is very important, but we should not overestimate the importance of centralization. Yes, for certain market players, I understand the need for centralization of supervision. For example, central counterparties, CSDs, central security depositories, or trading venues. But a lot of others, I think they should stay, they should remain within the national competent authorities' remit. So this is, in short, about the SIU. How many more minutes do I have? It's there. Okay. So the other thing that I wanted to mention is about a lot of developments happening in the digital asset space. There, obviously, in Europe, we have the MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, which is a landmark regulation, started in January 1st. There is a lot of interest from either entities that have not been regulated up to now, or regulated entities, for example, investment firms, that they want to extend their services to cryptos. We have a pipeline of applications in Cyprus. We have been dealing a lot within Europe, within ESMA, basically to create convergence in our practices. A lot of scrutiny, especially when it comes to key players, key crypto players. And I think it's going well. And however, MiCA has limitations. For example, DeFi, decentralized finance, which is a core idea basically of the whole technology, is not part of MiCA. NFTs are not, non-fungible tokens are not part of MiCA. There's a lot of discussion right now in Europe about the use of stable coins because of what's happening in the US and because of the pro-stable coin environment that exists right now in the US, and especially with the Genius Act that came last summer. DORA is also very important. The Digital Operation Resilience Act started this year. And in terms of local news, very quickly, we have now we're discussing, and we're hopefully close to the privatization of the stock exchange, the Cyprus Stock Exchange. The bill is, I'm hoping that soon will be passed from the parliament, and then the process can run. And in terms of the other markets, a lot of interest from MiFID license, investment firm license continues. A lot of interest, obviously, for MiCA licenses. And a lot of interest from crypto firms receiving a MiFID license and investment firm license as well. And funds, yes, they have been growing. I mean, I think with the revisions of the IFMD especially, which will be transposed into national law by next April, I think it has a lot of good points that will help the funds industry to grow even further. And I'll stop here.
Well, great. Thanks very much. You really covered a lot of ground there.
Thank you.
So that was very helpful, I think, for the audience. Handing over to you now, Mr. Singer.
Okay. So good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I will speak a little bit about Israel and the situation, the global, the economy situation in Israel generally. So for Israel, the past 2 years were challenging. They tested our resilience as a nation and, of course, our economy. During the war, we suffered casualties. Dear friends, dear love, family went to reserve duty for long times. We have a lot of sleepless nights for me as father and also as a regulator. And the war also created huge challenges for the economy. Just for example, at one period of time, almost 15% of the task force called for reserve duty for a long time. Think about it. It's what this kind of things may do to the economy. But yet, the economy continued to function and even to thrive. We saw a rise in the risk premium. We also, it reflected in the rating agencies. So it was a painful period of time, but one that I think revealed the strength of and the resilience of the Israeli economy. And I want to show you one slide. This one? You can see it or not?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, look at this slide. If you have to think which graph represent the Tel Aviv 125 index, which is the leading Tel Aviv index, and which one represent other leading indices in the world. So I think that you assume that probably you will think that country at war, the performance of the capital markets will be weak. And because of that, probably the graph of the Tel Aviv 125 would be the weaker one. But So, as you can see, actually, the exact opposite happened. The Israeli top or leading index and other leading indices made better performance than probably most of the indices in the global world. And I think maybe these slides can tell the whole story in one slide. I must say that as regulators, it's not what we expected. And we think a lot about what is the reason or what is a secret recipe for the Israeli capital market that was able to be so strong and so resilient during this war. The answer, of course, is complicated. There are various factors and metrics in this, but in short, I would say it was resilience and optimism. The Tel Aviv Stock Exchange stayed open every day. Investors invest, continue to trade, companies raise capital, and the performance you can see. And during these 2 years, just some numbers, the state of Israel raised something between $25 to $30 billion in the capital, in the TASE, in the Israeli Stock Exchange. It's 2.5 times than the average in the past 10 years. And yet, the demands level were 3 or 4 times higher than the amount offered. We had 22 IPOs. We have more than $50 billion raised in corporate bonds. And the performance of the leading indices in Israel, Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, you saw before. And all of that happened during a wartime, as I said. Now, the war has ended, and I think we're in the beginning of a new era. Hopefully, we're in the beginning of a new era, and we see a lot of optimism. We see investors are coming back. Investors show confidence in the Israeli economy, show confidence in the strength of the Israeli economy. We see it in the CDS, for example, the CDS of Israel. We did not see it yet in the rating agencies, but I believe that this is something that also will come back soon and will be reflected in the decisions of the rating agencies. And today, as we rebuild, we can look outward toward the region, toward new partners, new opportunities. You can think about we have a hope that the expansion of the Abraham Accords hopefully will come soon. And in this new environment, Israeli capital market is ready to play a key role, a central role. When I entered into office, one of my key goals was to open the Israeli capital market to the world, to the same, to be aligned with international regulation and international standards, and this is exactly what we are doing. And I have to want to give some, some examples for that. We are changing the trading days in the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. The trading days as of today are Sunday till Thursday, which are the working days, and we are changing them to be Monday till Friday. It's something that works for more than 70 years, so it's a huge change, but I believe it's very important. It's very important to open the Israeli market to investors from the world, to make it align with trading hours of the global markets. We also changed the Israeli law, and now Israeli companies can report in English rather than in Hebrew. More than that, the TASE developed with us an AI tool, which is doing a convenient translation to English, from Hebrew to English, of all of the reports of the public companies. It's now It's a pilot phase as of today, but hopefully in a few months from now, we'll see almost or maybe all of the reports will be able to be translated automatically from Hebrew to English, and this is another thing that opened the Israeli market to the world. We also try to align our regulation with international standards. For example, we based our payments and fintech regulation on the European regulation. The same we did with the broker-dealer legislation, draft legislation. Also, we based it on MiFID II, on the European regulation. And I think I would say that the same rules base build shared trusts. And so this is another step that we think that is very important and make the Israeli market aligned with global markets. In the region, we also see a lot of opportunities. You can think about Israel as a gate to the Middle East, Cyprus a gate to Europe, and Greece as the anchor that connect them. And there are a lot of opportunities that I can see in the region. Just for example, we can think about developing a shared index of the Eastern Mediterranean that will tell the shared story of growth of our region. To conclude, I would say that what we learned from the war is that resilience is not only strength. Resilience is optimism, resilience is adaptability, it's trust, and it's cooperation. And we look forward, and if we will keep these values at the heart of our work, I believe that we can turn recovery into lasting growth, and I think we can do in the region a lot of opportunities together. I'll stop here.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, good to hear in some detail about what exactly happened, which is quite an incredible story, really, of the of resilience and in the face of not just of geopolitical and broader difficult economic trends, but also obviously the ones in the region and right on your doorstep. So, and I like the tie-in. That's quite a nice suggestion about. We'll see what others think about maybe a shared index. That's an interesting idea. But now let's hear from Greece, and Mr. Fekas, over to you. You've got a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleague, it's a pleasure to be with you today to discuss the next chapter for Europe's capital markets. Our topic is timely. Across the continent, we see renewed momentum to deepen the saving and investment union, reduce fragmentation, and make European markets the natural home from European savings and European innovation. Why reform and why now? Three forces make reform urgent. First, the competitiveness challenge. Too many European companies still look outside Europe for scale, liquidity, and valuation. Second, the investment challenge. Our economies must finance the green and digital transition, which require large, long-dated, and risk-tolerant capital. Third, the trust challenge. Investors expect fair, resilient markets where rules are clear, supervision is effective, and enforcement is even-handed across borders. For me, the objective is simple. Build markets that are bigger, simpler, and safer, without losing the diversity that is Europe's strength. Bigger means deeper pools of capital and more cross-border participation. Simpler means fewer frictions for companies to list, raise follow-on capital, and communicate it with investors. Safer means robust supervision, proportionate rules, and strong market infrastructures that work under stress. 5 priorities to get us there. First, make listing and raising capital simpler for issuers. Streamline disclosure where it adds little to investor protection and focus instead on decision-useful information. Improve the economics of research coverage for small and mid-caps so that price discovery and liquidity can form. Encourage follow-on offerings and secondary listings with lighter, faster processes when risk is already well understood. Second priority, create truly cross-border market plumbing. Settlement, clearing, and data must work seamlessly across the Union. Investors should not face hidden costs or delays simply for crossing an internal border. Consolidated, high-quality market data on price, volumes, and post-trade information should be timely and accessible so that investors can compare venues, cost, and liquidity. Strengthen supervision where risks are cross-border. When risk and business borders are inherently European, think of certain trading venues, clearinghouse, or crypto asset service providers. There is a strong case for more convergence and in selected areas, more centralized supervision. This should come with accountability, clear mandates, transparent funding, and rigorous impact assessment. Centralization is not an ideology. It is a tool to solve specific cross-border problems. Hold the line on resilience and market integrity. Fast, fair, orderly markets are not negotiable. That means robust stress testing for market infrastructures, credible recovery and resolution planning, effective surveillance against market abuse, and operational resilience, including cyber, across the trading lifecycle. For innovative segments such as digital assets, the principle is same activity, same risk, same regulation, with proportionate rules that protect investors and preserve financial stability. Keep national expertise in the loop. Europe's diversity is an asset. National authorities know their markets, their SMEs, and their retail investors. Even as we converge, we must keep that expertise close to supervision and policy making. The right balance is European where necessary, local where valuable. That balance builds legitimacy and delivers better outcomes. What this means for market participants? For issuers, expect a clearer path from private to public markets and fewer duplicative steps when raising additional capital. But also expect higher expectation on transparency of sustainability metrics and on treating investors fairly throughout the journey. For investors, anticipated better data, more comparable disclosure, and more consistent supervision across borders. Retail participation can and should grow, provided products are suitable, costs are transparent, and advice is aligned with investor interest. For infrastructures and intermediaries, resilience will remain front and center, both financial and operational. Interoperability, passporting, and supervisory convergence will reward firms that invest in compliance by making cross-border activity more scalable. Innovation will not slow down. Tokenization, smarter post-trade processes, and modern market data architecture can lower cost and widen access. But guardrails matters. Strong governance, fit and proper management, sound custody and safeguarding rules, and effective incident reporting. Europe's credibility will come from consistent application and credible enforcement. As we reform, let us be disciplined about three safeguards: proportionality, subsidiarity, and accountability. Our region can be a bridge for capital flows. Energy transition, project and technology venture connecting Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. If we align our listing standards, streamline cross-border offerings, and collaborate on supervision, particularly on market abuse and cyber, we can become a natural hub for growth companies seeking scale and for investors seeking diversified opportunity. To conclude, reform is not about institutions winning or losing. It's about savers and entrepreneurs winning together. If we make our markets bigger, simpler, and safer, Europe can finance its future on its own terms. This is a goal worthy for our collective effort. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we've got about 12 minutes now for our discussion. So I'm sure I can put a few questions, to all of you. I mean, first of all, George, just coming back to you. You mentioned the Cyprus presidency. Obviously, that is an opportunity in all sorts of areas for Cyprus. What do you think realistically that Cyprus can do in this area? Can it actually move the dial on some of the issues that you've talked about? Yeah. What would be a priority for you?
This is the expectation, because there is indeed, as I said earlier in my remarks, there is indeed a political, it seems at least that there is a political will to drive forward the SIU, the Savings and Investments Union. The proposal from the Commission will be coming up probably next month. So a number of important packages will fall under our presidency, and there is the expectation, and I'm hoping basically that we will not get a compromise, obviously, in all of the packages. That's why they are transferring from one presidency to the other. But at least in some of these packages, we'll get the ball rolling. And if we're not able at least to get a conclusion of those packages by the end of our presidency, at least a lot of the work will be undertaken so that will be moved forward to the Irish presidency. But there is indeed a lot of expectations. In the past, there wasn't the political will, there wasn't the drive basically for the Savings and Investments Union. Now Europe is realizing that we're left behind, that all the innovation goes to the United States, all the financing goes to the United States. So now it's all about the United States and China or other Asian tigers or other Asian economies. So Europe is left behind. So we need to do something, and we need to do something fast. It's not easy, basically, because we're talking about 27 member states. There is the national agenda. There are the national agendas. There are the national interests. So it's not all about what's best for the EU, because a lot of times during the discussions you can understand that there is a national agenda and a national drive as well. So hopefully, I mean, what is the expectation from CISEC? It's facilitate the discussion, and hopefully through the discussion we could get to a conclusion.
Okay, thanks. And just I wanted to pursue a little bit the AI theme that we've had already this morning into this session as well. I know you've talked about this before, but just to ask you, how you see AI, is it a threat, an opportunity for the securities industry? How in general, I mean, is it already shaping or reshaping the securities market industry in Cyprus? How much adoption has there been, in fact?
Yeah, I think when it comes to securities and capital markets, there is indeed the application of AI, either for the regulated entities and also for the regulators. I mean, for us, at least at CISEC, there are a few applications that we're using AI to enhance to improve our efficiency, basically. However, I think we're still at the infancy of this new technology. And in terms of regulation, obviously, we can understand that, and during the discussion earlier in the previous panel, they talked a lot about, the future opportunities, which I would agree, basically. But as regulators, for us, we also have to consider the risks, basically, of what are the risks of these technologies. And I think when it comes to that, we're still at the infancy level of the regulation. Yes, there is the EU AI Act, which I think it's kind of more general, the range of that regulation. At a global level, we have not seen specific regulation where it would regulate the use of AI within the securities and capital markets. At the European level, we're taking stock, basically, of the application of the technologies across the various sectors. And I'm sure that at some point in time, basically, because the truth is that for a lot of time we were deeply involved with MiCA, with the markets in crypto assets, with the digital assets. Now we're in the phase where it's the application of MiCA. I think a lot of the attention will fall onto AI.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Josep, you also talked about the use of artificial intelligence, this translation tool that you've been using. So I just wanted to ask you, maybe you can elaborate a bit more on your views regarding use of AI as well.
Okay, so thank you. This is what is interesting about regulators. On the one hand, I can struggle with this, and a moment later talk about AI and innovation. So AI indeed is putting a huge challenge in front of us as regulators, because in one hand, we want to run forward and use all of these new tools and opportunities to investors and to open the finance world to the public. And on the other hand, of course, there are the risks, how we protect the investors, fairness, trust, etc. And I would like to use as an example the tool that I was talking about, because it's a small example, but I think it may introduce the balance that we are where we are as regulators. So in Israel, and I think as Cyprus and Greece also, we have challenged a barrier of the language, because the language in Israel is Hebrew, and investors, most of the world want to read English. So what we did, together with the TASE, with the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, they developed a tool, an AI tool, that translates the reports. But the translation is not 100% accurate. The translation, as of today, I think is 95% accurate. And think about it, for us as securities authority, our traditional main goal was the accuracy of all of the reports, all of the filing that should be as accurate as they could be. Companies can be paneled about one word which is not completely correct. And here we're doing something completely different. We said, okay, we understand that the translation, it's convenient translation, it will not be 100% accurate, but we are using an innovative tool, AI tool, and we allow it. We are balancing, we are doing a different balance between our two main goals: to be accurate and protect investors from one hand, and to open the market for all of the investors. But at the end of the day, what we were thinking was that if it's a convenient translation and everybody knows there is a right disclosure explaining that this is a convenient disclosure, and we open it for a foreign investor, it's better for him to get a 90% accurate report than to get nothing. But I think it's a fraction of the balance that we as regulators have to do when we are using these new tools, when we are facing these new opportunities. And I think it is always will be a tension between protecting and our traditional way that we see things, and the new opportunities and the new innovation that will always challenge our traditional way of regulating the market.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Michael, coming back to this question of supervision, you argued for, I think you said European where necessary, local where valuable, something like this. So where exactly should supervision be centralized, and how do you take account of national sensibilities and expertise as well, keep that in the loop? So how do you see it also? George, you talked about it as well.
I will target centralizations at business models that are inherently cross-border, like certain trading venues, CCP, CSDs, with systemic reach, and selected crypto asset service providers. In these areas, fragmented oversights create gaps and slow crisis response. The guardrails are threefold. The first is the clear mandates with measurable outcomes, structured participation of NSAs, and third, accountable funding via transparent fees to avoid misaligned incentives. Like George has said, this is not about replacing national authorities. It's about create a spine for risk that don't respect borders, while preserving the capillaries that know the market issues best.
Okay, great. Since we've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left, I'm going to ask a question which, for all of you, starting with you, Michael, just a more future-oriented one about, where you see the opportunities or the priorities for the next period, for the next 12 months. So let's talk about Europe from your perspective. If we want that to be the natural home of European listings, what are the 2 or 3 most important or practical changes that should be made in the next period? Just very quickly.
Okay.
Quick fire.
We have 3 moves. First, streamline listings and follow-ons. The second is fixed market data and research for SMEs. The third is operational resilience with interoperability. If we execute these 3 moves with consistent supervision, we will reduce the Europe's discount and make staying and scaling in the EU rational for founders and broader retail participation with better data, fair cost, and comparable disclosures.
Okay, right. Josep, for you, and you emphasize that your priority since you took on this role is to open the Israeli market to the world. And some important steps have been taken already. So this change in the working week is important. The translation experiment also. I just want to ask you what you see as the next big initiatives. I mean, whether that's continuing on that track, opening to the global, but do you see now the more opportunities opening up in the region in terms of cross-border financing after we've got the ceasefire? Hopefully we're going to have peace in the region. So do you see more? Would you like to now focus a little bit more on the kind of regional markets, including this region, Eastern Med too?
So I would say in short, yes. I think that when we are in this post-war era, a lot of opportunities are open for Israel, especially in the region. I think we would like to see how to combine them with, we are facing the international global markets, but to see how can we combine the region and regional opportunities together with facing the international market, the US market, the European markets. I think this is, if looking globally, this is one of the main goals we'll have hopefully in the very near future.
thanks. And finally, George, just from your perspective, I mean, when in your introduction, you talked about so many things that need to be, done.
Across Europe.
Yeah, so, what do you think are the most important now? What's the main focus, beyond also the savings and investment union?
Yeah, I mean, from a local perspective, what I would like to see is basically for the privatization of the stock exchange, as I mentioned earlier. I want to see, we would like to see that getting into a conclusion with the bill, with the tender process. We are a regional hub, and I would say we are even a European hub when it comes to fintech firms. We have a large number of fintech firms, whether they are in the investment firm services and now with the cryptos. But what we're lacking as a country, and also because of our size, is that we have a very small and illiquid exchange. Yeah. So, the fact that it's going through a privatization, that, through the privatization, we'll see basically, hopefully, another big exchange, either from Europe or it could be from a third country, basically, buying our exchange, basically, and promoting it and getting new products, getting new technology, know-hows, and so on. I think that's what's lacking from the Cypriot economy, basically. Now, in terms of Europe, there is I think, the simplification, it's a must, basically, and the burden reduction if there's too much regulatory pressure. When it comes to pensions, I think that's one area, basically, where you can get more capital, more financing into the capital markets through the pension reforms. And securitization, I would, not for Cyprus, because we don't have, basically, a securitization industry, but when it comes to Europe, I think securitization, it's a key, basically, to getting more capital into the capital markets.
Okay, excellent. I think we've all learned a lot more about what's going on here in Cyprus and Greece and in Israel. So thank you very much for your excellent contributions. Please join me in thanking the speakers. We'll have a photo and we'll move on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about investment now. We've got a nice conversation happening now. I'd like to invite Evgenios Evgeniu, Chairman of Invest Cyprus, to join me on the stage, and we're going to have a conversation followed by, afterwards, another panel focusing on investment in the region. So, welcome. Nice to see you again. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got about 15 minutes for this session, and it's going to be a conversation, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity, like others, if you'd like to say a few words at the start.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. I'm delighted to be back at the Economist Conference for one more year. We've heard, I think, throughout this morning that Cyprus economy has been performing quite strongly in terms of growth, in terms of job creation and employment. And a key driver of this success has been FDI. FDI that is driven by a strategy that focuses on attracting to Cyprus high specialization companies and talent, but also investments in sustainable projects in new sectors of economic activity. And this strategy is placed in an action plan that aims to create a more diversified, a more resilient economy by fostering the creation of new economic sectors. And I think testament evidence of this success is the fact that today We have in Cyprus a cluster, a technology cluster of about 800 companies spanning ICT, gaming, fintech, and technology-enabled business process outsourcing. A cluster that was not there 3-4 years ago. ICT specifically today contributes 14% of GDP, and to put that in context, is bigger than the contribution of shipping, which is a traditional sector of economic activity as far as Cyprus as a business hub is concerned, and is comparable to the size of tourism. In fact, ICT is the fastest growing economic sector in Cyprus today. ICT specialists have more than doubled over the last few years because of the relocation of many companies and experts. And just to conclude with the numbers, just to demonstrate the success of this strategy, is the fact that in 2024, FDI growth in ICT was more than 200%. And this is, importantly for us and Invest Cyprus, is not just new companies coming to the island, but companies that came in 2022 and are still growing and expanding their economic footprint. So this is a sort of an introductory positioning just to make the point that FDI drives economic growth, drives job creation, and is happening on the basis of a very well thought out, I think, strategy in the context of a broader action plan for the country.
Great, thanks. Yeah, that's a useful introduction. Yeah, it's quite astounding figure, really. This the ICT now 14% of GDP, overtaking shipping and tourism. Yeah, it's that's a great success, really. As you said, Cyprus has been very successful in attracting greater FDI inflows in recent years. So I guess, you know, just in terms of going back to basics, what are the kind of key strengths of the business and operating environment in Cyprus that is making it attractive to investors?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cyprus, first of all, is a trusted partner in a complex region. I think this was very well demonstrated by President Christodoulidis' remarks this morning. So we are a gateway into the EU, and we are a business hub for the region. But this goes beyond geography and geopolitics, actually. As a country, we make a conscious effort to provide in Cyprus a platform where companies can test their ideas and scale up into the EU. And we had earlier the chairman of CISEC. CISEC has a regulatory sandbox. The central bank has an innovation hub. I don't know if the chief scientist is still here in the room. I know that in the context of the AI strategy that is at the moment being crafted, there will be an AI sandbox. Now, this resonates very well with companies outside the EU who want to come to a small market that is welcoming to business, has a business-friendly, investment-friendly environment, has local talent. It's a place where talent can relocate. It's a safe country for families. It's a place where, you know, talent meets business, and they can test their ideas and scale up in a market of 450 million. So people often ask me, what is the one reason that these companies come to Cyprus? And when we ask the investors themselves, they talk about the package, in fact, that comprises a number of components that have to do with the business investment-friendly environment, but also the quality of life in Cyprus, the fact that it's safe for families, and it's also a place which they can advertise as part of their people proposition to attract talent. Because for many of these companies, the thing that they seek most is talented people. And they can find people in Cyprus, in certain sectors, but more importantly, they can convince them easily to come and live and work in Cyprus.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's striking that there's been this kind of burgeoning startup scene here, and Cyprus is seen as a strong innovator. Yeah, one of the strongest startup scenes in the whole EU, of course, and ICT and fintech and gaming and all these things are part of that. It's an interesting case study, I think, about how does that actually happen? Is that something that just starts and becomes kind of self-expanding, self-fulfilling growth, or is it something that has really needs to be nurtured and given more support? I mean, obviously here it depends on a few important things. You need a whole ecosystem of research, a good research base, universities, strong, that strong underlying base is important.
Well, I mean, the answer to your question is it needs both. I mean, we have a plan, and this is what is happening in terms of FDI is part and parcel of creating a future-proof economy, a future sort of feed economy in Cyprus. And you are very right, there is an ecosystem around with 12 universities, 7 centers of excellence, 9 research institutes, a thriving sort of startup ecosystem at its early stages, but growing very fast. And all the cities in Cyprus actually competing with each other, trying to be as attractive as possible to startups. So there is a plan that is being implemented, but at the same time, this is self-fulfilling in the sense that, and at Invest Cyprus, we see as one of our most important responsibilities, in fact, to be in touch with the investors that are already in Cyprus to address their pain points, to get their feedback, because they are the best ambassadors for us abroad. So the companies that come to Cyprus, they are satisfied and they grow their economic footprint. They bring more companies, and this is for us very, very important. And we've seen this interest during the visit at Silicon Valley when we said we were going to Silicon Valley to present Cyprus. Some people smiled, but now we have a couple of companies from Silicon Valley that have set up in Cyprus. We have, I think, Alak will be on the panel later representing Bicentric. Testorrent is setting up in Cyprus. Another AI company from India, LT Mindtree, has set up in Cyprus. And then we have the examples of companies like MUFG and Murex that set up 3 years ago, and they keep growing, employing more than 250, 300 people each. So there is a plan, but there is also the momentum that is created by the investors who are here and bring more investors to the country.
Yeah. And I suppose you're probably getting a lot of reinvestment as part of your annual FDI inflows. There's a lot of reinvestment.
There is a lot of reinvestment, and there is a lot of also expanding the footprint of existing investors. But beyond tech companies and sort of the relocation, I just want to mention that we have had success in greenfield projects. There we face some challenges because of the energy cost, because of sometimes bureaucracy is not helping. But we had a state-of-the-art bottling factory set up from Lebanon coming to Cyprus to enter the European market. In the universities, we had examples like the American University of Beirut setting up a campus in Paphos. That's a 15 million euro investment, and it's becoming part of the broader ecosystem as well. So there are also investments in greenfield projects, in education, in energy, in healthcare, that are also driving the growth of the economy.
Okay. Well, the clock is telling us we're out of time, but I've got one more question for you, which is more about the labour market. I mean, you've talked about how Cyprus is seen as, by investors, foreign investors, as an attractive destination and one that can attract workers and families, to come here. But what about, are you experiencing labor shortages or skills gaps, and what are you doing to address that, if so?
The companies that are sort of in the technology-enabled business process outsourcing sort of segment usually find a lot of people locally, because we're a country with many accountants, lawyers, people in compliance, regulation, etc. And those usually fit very well in that segment. Where we have a problem also is in deep tech skills. Those are the people that mostly relocate to Cyprus. Having said that, with companies with which we are in touch following the visit to the US, with the help of the Deputy Ministry for Innovation and the Chief Scientist, we are in touch with the universities in Cyprus, and they are already sourcing local talent from those universities for their companies once they are on the ground. We are also identifying Cypriots who live and work abroad, who have technology skills, and we're trying to connect them with that ecosystem. And the President has launched also an initiative lately to drive this repatriation of people with particular skills. Having said this, there is a skills gap. There is let's say, a difference between what the market needs today because of these new sectors that have been created and what our education system is providing. And you had a discussion earlier. I think it's part and parcel of this broader need for a more ambitious educational reform in Cyprus to provide to the labor force the skills that are needed, both new school leavers, but also the existing labor market. I mean, we need to reskill the people who are already in jobs in Cyprus. But it's part of this transformation of the economy that is currently taking place.
Okay, that's all we've got time for, unfortunately, but I think, we've got a great overview, really, of why Cyprus has been so successful in recent years in attracting FDI and reshaping its economy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very
being
much.
On the platform
Thank you.
with us. We have a going to continue the conversation about investment, but kind of widen the lens a little bit, and we're going to talk about investing in turbulent times. If you're looking at your program, there's one change of speaker. Stavros Stavroulou couldn't be with us, but we have Andreas Andrew, Deputy General Secretary of the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please join me on the stage. Here you are. Welcome, and have a seat. Next up, we have Olga Evtihidou, Head of Legal at Cyprus and Associates Law Firm. Welcome. Hi. Alec Verma, Strategic Advisor on AI and Digital Transformation at PwC and Chief Executive of Bcentric.ai. Hi, nice to see you. And we have Annalie Kudstal, Program Manager for Southern Europe at the World Bank. Welcome, Annalie. Yeah, nice to meet you. Okay. We know the format by now, I think, so you're all going to have a few minutes, and as I said earlier, I think you were all told to speak about 6 minutes. If you keep that to 5, that's even better. And can we have the clocks working as well? Thank you. So I'm going straight over to the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So investing in turbulent times, how's it been?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Please accept the apologies of Mr. Stavroulou. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to address you today on a subject that is both timely and critical: investing in turbulent times. The past few years have tested the resilience of economies worldwide. Europe in particular has faced several of unprecedented challenges. Military conflicts in its neighborhood, energy crisis, supply chain disruptions, and shifting trade policies. The war in Ukraine and tensions in the Middle East have created volatility in markets and heightened caution among investors. At the same time, trade frictions between major global powers have forced European businesses to rethink their strategies and diversify their partnerships. To thrive in today's unpredictable environment, economies and business must take up adaptability a central priority. This means continuously rethinking business models to respond to shifting market conditions and emerging risks. It requires a commitment to investing in technology, especially digital tools and artificial intelligence, which empower organizations to overcome operational challenges, connect with new customers, and unlock previously unimaginable sources of value. Agility must be embedded in the way companies operate and enabling them to make swift decisions and adjust rapidly to disruptions. Building resilience also demands a strategic approach to supply chains. Companies need to diversify their sourcing and reduce dependence on single suppliers or regions, creating robust networks that can withstand shocks and ensure continuity. At the same time, strengthening regional cooperation, both within the European Union and with neighboring countries, will enhance Europe's strategic autonomy and open new pathways for collaboration. By embracing these approaches, European businesses, and of course Cypriot business as well, can position themselves to not only withstand uncertainty, but also to see the opportunities that arise in a constantly changing global landscape. The European Union's coordinated policy actions, such as the recovery and resilience plans, have provided vital support for member states, enabling investments in infrastructure, sustainability, and digital skills. These initiatives have cushioned the impact of external shocks and fostered a more robust, future-ready economy. Human capital is at the heart of resilience. By investing in education, upskilling, and workforce adaptability, Europe is preparing its people for the jobs of tomorrow. The focus on lifelong learning and digital literacy ensures that our workforce remains agile and capable of responding to technological change. The private sector has played a crucial role in this transformation. Companies have prioritized sustainability, innovation, and collaboration across borders and sectors. The emphasis on environmental, social, and governance criteria have not only enhanced cooperation responsibility, but also attracted new investment and strengthened long-term competitiveness. Despite the challenges of recent years, Cyprus has maintained its attractiveness as an investment destination. Our strategic location and commitment to reform make us a gateway to emerging markets. Key sectors such as professional services, energy, technology, tourism, and shipping continue to offer significant potential. In conclusion, turbulent times demand new thinking. By embracing innovation, investing in people, and fostering collaboration, Cyprus and Europe can turn uncertainty into opportunity. As the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we stand ready to support investors in navigating this new reality. In partnership with Invest Cyprus and all relevant authorities, we are committed to facilitating investment, promoting sustainable growth, and ensuring that Cyprus remains a beacon of stability and opportunity in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for stepping in at the last moment. Olga, over to you.
Καλημέρα, John. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ για το ρόλο σου συντονίστριας αυτού. Ευχαριστούμε για τον... Thank you very much for your role, and I'm very happy that in this panel women supersede men, and I would like to say that I am here and I represent my company, Shufas and Associates. It is a company from Greece, and I would like to congratulate economists for another excellent organization, the 21st Annual Cyprus Summit, and this is an emblematic summit, I would say. And I would like to welcome my other speakers and, of course, all those who are present during this second day. I would like to say that in these days I've heard people such as stability, instability, security.
Ένταση. Και έχω αρκετά προβληματιστεί.
And then we are here and you have to respond to a question whether in such a stable environment there is room for investments. And I would like to turn towards Greece, because Greece for many years was what we used to say the bad student, or the country which entered the EU as the 10th country, and with very bad performances. And in the recent years, Greece starts to say good results. I mean, and now numbers 2.3, 2024, 2.3, and we hope that in 2025 we will have the same digit. Unemployment has lowered to 1 digit. Public debt very, very high, but it has been reduced importantly. And banks, this factor of destabilization of the economy, you have to remember that Greece has went through a very important crisis, social and etc. The banks now we return rather to their role, which is that of the financier of the real economy. We have the Heracles plan. We have the red debts, which 10 years ago would represent 50% of all the loans of Greece, and now they are only over 2.1%. And now you have to speak about direct foreign investments. This is the content of the seminar. In 2024, we had a huge number of 20 million. And 2025, and in 2025 we have positive stabilizing phases. And what is more important is that thus investments do not do not mean only traditional, such as tourism, but have pharmaceutical companies, energy, and immovable property, and real estate. So immovable properties, and we should not forget that this economic activity stopped for many years in Greece. Now they are at the center of this interest, and nationals, or investors from third countries, they find Greece as a very attractive destination for real estate. And we should not forget the Golden Visa program, which is one of the last one, which provide, for investments, real estate investments, provide for only 250,000 euro. This is a very small number to get the 5-year license. And of course, what I said as bad students, let's say, it appears that they went back to the third or first row. And if we reach a point which I believe that inter alia, Greece has something common with Cyprus, and this is of the specific place on the map, crossroads of peoples, of religions, and of conflicts. So countries like Greece and Cyprus, in my opinion, can and should play the role of an attractive investment destination. Since, what they've done, and Greece, I know very well, the struggle, let's say, and continuous reforms and structural reforms in Greece, we went back to the correct road. So if I go back to the initial question, could we speak in such a destabilizing environment? Yes, especially for investors, because investors are looking for two things: first, stability and opportunities. So Greece can constitute not only an attractive investment destination, but also a pole of stability for the wider area.
Okay, I think I dislocated my microphone, so I'm just going to talk very loudly. Over to you, Alec.
Thank you very much. And if
if I may use the lectern just to
Yeah,
have
sure.
my opening remarks. Very good afternoon, everybody. First of all, my compliments to the organizers for putting up such a profound conference, such an informative conference. And I can only say that this happens once in a while just to take a key takeaway message of this conference. My name is Alak Verma. I live in San Francisco, California, in the US for last 20 plus years. And I'm through and through technologist, worked at Oracle, Microsoft, and now I run a company called BeCentric.ai, which is an AI profound B2B AI software company. Besides that, I'm a researcher on AI, so I have a book behind called Creating Business Agility, how emergence of technology is enabling you for competitive advantage. Second of it is predictable business harnessing AI and deep learning. Now, these are my body of work behind. What has really intrigued me is the turbulence created, and that's the topic of the conference today. So let's say if we have to pick 3 key turbulence created as of today. I certainly see geopolitical situation, which is not in our control. Let our political leaders address that. Second of all is, let's say, climatic and natural turbulence, which is again not in our control. Let's be ready on this. Third of it, anybody can guess. What's the turbulence created? Which is everybody talked in the morning about AI. Now, this turbulence is shaking the business leaders across the globe, not only in the US, but Europe and Middle East and Africa and Asia Pacific. I'm a native Indian, but travel all across. So I lived in the Middle East and Africa and Dubai. I lived in Australia as an Australian citizen, and now I'm an American citizen with dual citizenship. So that has given me perspective that if you cannot change, you have to embrace it. And that is the concept of agility defined, respond to change. What are the areas of this turbulence is enabling us? And we have to address that. Again, 3 things. People. We are people who are going to adapt and respond to this change coming together. Now, what are the areas we have to embrace this change? Political. I will leave it to the political policymakers. They are responding to the change. But on the technology, it is cutting across the board. And the people need to have the agility to respond in terms of investing time and money. I have committed in this turbulence to invest my resources in this bubbling Cyprus, which is the gateway to the Eastern Europe. I'm so fortunate to be part of PwC. Philippos is around us. He has built trust in me so that I can deliver what we are bringing on the table from the western part of the world to the Eastern Europe. So that is one element of people has to rapidly change and transform. Second of all is the process, digital process transformation. Now, if I go to the business processes, you have hire to retire. You are acquiring customers, you are acquiring people, you are acquiring product, you are acquiring all of that. How can you do the whole process of acquisition to retiring? How can you procure to pay? That means you're buying, you have to pay. And then how you can also sell to cash. That means you have to get the money if you're selling something. That means all these processes we need to introspect. Is it going to change? And if it is not, then probably you'll be left behind. So this is a call to action to the business leaders. And I'm here in Cyprus. I'm now chosen Cyprus is my second home. I'm based in Nicosia. BeCentric.ai is the first AI company registered in Nicosia. I'm very proud to have that. Third element is the AI. In my particular view, AI is not going to remove human being at all. It's going to augment intelligence. That means we are intelligence with certain IQ built into it. How can AI augment us? Now, it's all data. Data is around us. Now people are talking about hyperscaler. It's a computer. Hyperscaler, data center. Why did Google invest $15 billion in India? They went down to the remote city of Vizag in India and investing $15 billion just to be near shore of the seawater for establishing hyperscaler data center. Why can't it be Cyprus to cater to the European market, Middle East market? Now, that is the call to action I'm here for. If you look at all the discussion happened about open AI, then I supplement it with, let's say, NVIDIA Grok, or we are talking about Anthropic Cloud Day, or we are talking about Perplexity. These are all generic AI, which end users are using it. But I'm listening to all the business leaders in the room. There is still figuring it out. Can I have the trust from the business leaders sitting there that trust us, best of the breed consulting services coming from us, to identify what areas need to be incorporated with AI? Second of all, how can we access your data with trust? What we talked about, data sovereignty. That means we are not going to take away your data. That is your data. Data system of records, meaning transaction is locked into your computer or in your cloud services. How can you unlock that system of transactions? Then we talk about systems of engagement, which is conversation or people interacting with the mobile devices, people are putting on that. How can we unlock that? That means we are now ready. If you don't move, you will always be behind from the US. And very interesting discussion, I like to bring it here. I was also invited in the United Nations in Vienna just recently to contemplate and discuss about the potential investment in the European market. And they commented the same thing, that why innovation happens only in Silicon Valley, why not other part of the world? It's about the mindset. If one young guy, 40 years old, Perplexity, built the whole thing, worth multi-billion asset value, why can't we do that here? Technology is available. The same technology is available here as well. So it's all about transforming the mindset of the people. And that's what I'm going to bring the change here. I have committed, and I'm going to transform not only in the academia, but the business segment. Business segment could be banking sector, could be retail and distribution, maritime hub, shipping, transshipment. India, Honorable Prime Minister Modi came, and then he talked about how we can collaborate IGC, India's recent summit. So with these opening remarks, look, opportunities are plenty. We are just next door. Engage us, and we will deliver the benefits of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, the clock's not working again, so can we have it back? Just in time for you, Annalie.
Thank you, Joan, for having me on the panel on this topic, which is really important and pertinent in these current times. So I would touch upon quite a few of the topics that have been touched by my fellow panelists. But I want to provide and offer a slightly different framework to think about it based on 4 pillars. The first one is resilience, then the second one, innovation, third one is jobs, and the fourth one is cooperation. So talking about resilience, we know that the global economy remains fragile. The IMF recent economic outlook projects 3% growth globally, and the World Bank economic update for Europe and Central Asia projects about 2.5%. For the region. So prospects have weakened because of low productivity, weak investment, and trade fragmentation. And for countries, small open economies like Cyprus, these shocks are amplified. So overall, we know that Europe has shown remarkable stability, showing us that policies, good policies, sound policies, and adaptability matter. So what does it mean to build resilience? It means maintaining buffers, protecting the vulnerable in society, and preparing for future shocks and not just reacting to them. So today's challenge, therefore, is not just to grow, but to grow smarter, to turn recovery into higher productivity and more resilient, more sustainable, more inclusive growth. So now move to the second pillar, which is innovation. So I would like to make a comparison with finishing a marathon. If you're talking about resilience, it's about endurance, getting to the finish line of a marathon. And then innovation would be more about renewal, finding your motivation to enter the next race and compete again. So early findings from World Bank research on innovation in Europe is showing that frontier technologies such as AI, which we touched upon, clean energy and advanced manufacturing remain concentrated outside the Europe and Central Asia region. So without action, Europe is at risk of what could be called the middle technology trap, being too advanced to compete on cost and not being dynamic enough to lead on innovation. So closing this innovation gap will requiring both public and private sector investments. In many countries, including in Cyprus, R&D spending remains below 1% of GDP. In Europe, on average, it's just above 2%, and in the Nordics, it's even above 3%. So increasing this investment in R&D, even if it's gradual and not instant, can really drive productivity and open new markets. So my third pillar is about jobs. Innovation that we just talked about is only meaningful when it translates into better opportunities for people, for real people. So while job creation in the Europe and Central Asia region remains positive, new jobs are mostly low productivity and low-skilled jobs. And we also knew that youth unemployment in several countries is exceeding 15%, and that the gap of women participation and older workers' participation is still an issue in many countries. Now let's shift for a moment and listen carefully to the global picture. The picture is even more sobering on jobs. We expect that in the next 15 years, 1.2 billion young people in developing countries will enter the job market. And we know that about 1/3 of those will enter the formal employment market. So this gap, this enormous jobs gap, we might be slightly off in terms of numbers, but we won't be off by all that much. It's not just an economic issue, it's a stability issue. It reminds us that investing in jobs and in skills and in inclusion in turbulent times is not just about growth, but also about peace and stability. So my fourth pillar would be cooperation. Resilience, innovation, and jobs all depend on this final pillar. Integration within regions, across borders, and between communities multiplies opportunity and builds trust. And I would like to turn to Cyprus as a powerful example of cooperation. For almost a decade, the World Bank has been working in Cyprus, where we focused on two key objectives. The first one is fostering economic convergence through macroeconomic monitoring work on living standards, private sector development work, and work on labor mobility and employability, all in close collaboration with the European Commission under their EU aid program for the Turkish Cypriot community. And secondly, supporting settlement talks. World Bank has provided technical expertise on a range of topics, including difficult topics such as property settlement mechanisms, fiscal federalism, and financial integration. Our role has always been as a neutral, evidence-based provider to support Cyprus's journey towards economic integration and finally a unified future. Last June, we published our 8th edition of the macro monitoring report for the Turkish Cypriot community, which is offering a systemic evidence-based picture of that economy. It shows that the economy has actually demonstrated rather good resilience. It has stabilized after the pandemic and energy shocks. The employment rates have rebounded close to the pre-crisis levels, and new enterprises are emerging in tourism, agri-food, and manufacturing. But our report or our research also highlights constraints, particularly with the limits of growth without deeper integration. Productivity remains low, and firms face high input cost and strong logistical bottlenecks. So we know that only about 10% of Turkish Cypriot external sales are over the Green Line. And this year's report focuses on the Green Line trade and how we could unlock further trust and growth of this type of trade. One is expanding Green Line trade by addressing barriers around payments, logistics, and taxation, double taxation, that is. Two is enhancing labor mobility, which you've already heard about. And three is improving data and statistics, because without solid evidence-based data, we cannot make good policies. So I'd like to end now with a quote that I heard from President Harman of Singapore about 2 weeks ago at the World Bank IMF annual meetings in Washington, D.C. He said, "No effort is too small when it contributes to shared resilience." And I think that dialogue like today and yesterday, these kind of important evidence-based, facts-based dialogue can bridge divides and yield economic tangible results moving into the future. So with that, I would like to thank you again for having us, and over to you, John.
Thank you very much, Emily. Okay, we've got 10 minutes now for discussion before we move on to the next session. Resilience was quite a big theme of this panel, and I guess the irony is that the countries that were most exposed to the global financial crisis and which actually took the biggest hit and suffered had 10 years at least, from 2009 to 2019, of really having to had a very difficult time. They have emerged, which I'm talking about Greece and Cyprus and others in southern Europe, have emerged as much more able to withstand, actually, some of the shocks that we've been talking about now in terms of geopolitical uncertainty, in terms of pandemic. They actually performed quite well during the pandemic, and then obviously withstanding the fallout from the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis and so on. And not only did they undertake this macroeconomic stabilization, they also embarked upon quite important structural and other quite important reforms, including digitalization. In Greece, it's been quite transformative in education and other areas too. So I guess, Olga, just coming back to you to talk a little bit more about Greece. That's 2019 to 2025. Quite a lot has been accomplished. Growth has been quite good. Fiscal situation has been transformed. There's still a lot to do there. Public debt still quite high, but we've seen the biggest reduction in public debt in percentage point terms of anywhere, I think, in recent years. So I guess the focus now is on how do you sustain that, and especially after the end of the RRF funds, what do you see as the key challenges now in terms of sustaining that reform and growth momentum?
Very brief and comprehensive remarks. I want to focus on 2 points to keep in time. On one hand, I want to talk about justice and public administration and investments, productivity in education, in human resources and employment. Justice in Greece, as a member of the law profession, justice is still a thorn in Greece. We have the worst performance in the speed of the administration of justice, even right now, and extremely low level of trust amongst the Greeks towards justice and its officials, judges and lawyers. I want to note here certain changes that have taken places in very recent years and are still underway, and it is important to continue them in order not to lose the momentum, just like you said. And these are the new judicial map. I want you to have on mind the following. Until very recently, 20% of Greek judges faced 80% of decisions in court. Now, an influx of about 1,000 judges of the previous peace judges have lifted their sleeves and are now participating in the issue of decisions. Investors cannot understand why they have to wait decades for a judgment to come out. And secondly, the transfer of the responsibility of the courts to lawyers and to solicitors and notaries. Now, the digitization of public administration. I'm going to talk about the land registry. I come from a very small city in Eastern Macedonia, Drama. Until a few years ago, in order to see what is happening with my property, I had to take the plane or the train, go to Kavala, go open the records books, if the records books were there, to find pages if they were not torn, and to go to my client and present the property that he wanted to see with some reservation, because I wasn't certain about the record books being in place. That was very difficult to explain it to investors. They couldn't understand it. Now, with the huge leaps that have been achieved in mapping and in the land registry, almost for the entire territory of Greece, from our office, we can see the picture of property. Now, with the digital also labor card, that's another investment, and I will close with this, referring to opportunities and challenges. Greece has a very well-trained, high-quality, and highly specialized human resources with knowledge in foreign languages, etc. What do we not have? We don't have hundreds of thousands of working hands to work in agriculture, in marine business, in industries. So it is very important with the renewal of the immigration code to move forward with the reforms that concern the arrival of third country nationals to Greece. It is a legal and ethical solution that will help the Greek economy to respond to the demands of investments. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much for that. Mr. Andreou, I suppose I can put the same question to you, really, about Cyprus. You know, what, from the point of view of the chamber, obviously Cyprus managed to buck the trend as well in the face of this global uncertainty, but can you see, you know, recent growth rates being sustained? You know, what are the main, what would you say now is the main priorities in terms of sustaining this growth trajectory and, you know, very quite impressive growth of, you know, some industries of the future, if you like? What for the chamber are the key priorities?
Thank you for the question. I would focus on a different area. I think if Cyprus managed to fix our weaknesses and focus on it, then we can be very optimistic for the future. Government is going through a transformation, the government system, the legal system as well. We do have the same issue with legal system. But I think as a top priority, we focus on energy. If we manage to decrease the cost of energy, we will be in a very better position to attract investments, especially industrial investments that usually when they go to a country, they go to stay there and they put a lot of money into it. We have seen two large enterprises coming to Cyprus a couple of years, one big bottling company from Lebanon establishing in Cyprus and one big cheesemaker company coming to to Cyprus. We do value them as very important investments since they value the whole island as for the industrial area, not only on services, tourism, and professional services, and technology, where these kind of companies are especially, of course, very important, but they can easily move to a different location if they find some difficulties. On the other hand, industries are more focused on staying where they go, and it's more difficult to relocate. So if we manage to solve the issue of energy, we do go very well as far as innovation is concerned. Bureaucracy is an issue, and the legal system needs to be more productive. Access to finance is also an issue, and we need to be more flexible regarding finance. I think we are in a very good roadmap to the future, and we will be able to keep our growth level at a very good stage.
Well, thank you very much. I'll ask you, Alec, whether you would agree with that, from a kind of more industry perspective. What do you think should be the kind of key priorities for?
So I see clear 3 points to be looked at and evaluated. For economic growth and capital investment, there are 3 areas to be considered. One is the transparency. Second one is seamless access of information. And the third and foremost is compliance. Now, all 3 probably is available in the Cyprus to lead the gateway on there. In the banking and capital market, we see the growth in the area of UPI, Unified Payment Interface, which is basically enabling the common citizen to transact even on the street. We don't need to have the credit card or the debit card or whatsoever. You can scan. Like I travel to India and I see that even the street vegetable vendor can receive the money on the digital currency. That means that level of digitalization needed to make citizens more friendly. Second of all, we are talking about blockchain for capital investment. Now, US is making a paradigm shift towards the financial market. And you heard discussion in the morning that we are already having the shift towards digital currency, crypto, blockchain-enabled loan disbursement, the payments. If we are talking about the high investment for the business people who are coming in, who wants to seek some advances or payment, those are the currencies which will be enabled now onwards. How soon that can be enabled? That's the action I'm looking for from the chamber. That's the thing which I'm looking from the governance of the banking segment here. And we are here to enable. We are here from the technology standpoint. We are here from the best practices. I'm also going to bring the best practices of the US to transpire some steps to transform that. That's my key sense.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anneli, final question, because we're out of time for you. Just quickly, I suppose, to get some, from your perspective, you're focused on the kind of broader region of Southern Europe. So, we can see that the next-gen EU funds, the RRF funds, have actually been quite, transformational, really. I mean, it runs on through next year, but at some point, they come to an end. So that does create, what's going to take the place of those funds. Do you see that as a big challenge for Greece and Cyprus?
Good question.
What needs to be done?
So I think what's most important is that we no longer rely only on public funds, but we really bring in the private sector and we leverage private capital for development outcomes as well. And I think the 2 most important ones are innovation and skills. And innovation could be, again, tax incentives for R&D, co-funded technology transfers, linking universities and businesses, and many other policy tools, but also important, the innovation mindset. And what you also talked about, empowering young entrepreneurs and bringing them into the economy. And then second, what we talked about in an earlier panel is the skilling, making sure that people have the right skills that are requested and needed in the economy. You can also think again about lifelong learning, which is here to stay. It will not go away. And then very important, what my colleague Olga just touched upon is bringing skills to counter the demographic aging effect that we have from third country nationals, for instance, through global skills partnerships, which both Cyprus and Greece are doing in many other countries in Southern Europe as well. So I would offer these two, innovation and skills, as the key to counter that.
Great. Well, thanks all very much indeed. As usual, we've run out of time, but I think it's been an excellent discussion. So thanks very much. We'll have a quick photograph and move on. So please join me in thanking the panel. Okay, we're switching the focus now to tariffs and tariff troubles, America versus the EU. We're delighted to have Richard Baldwin, Professor of International Economics at the International Institute for Management Development in Switzerland, join us on the stage. Thank you. Have a seat, Richard.
I have slides, right?
You've got slides? Yeah, so if you want to use the podium, that's fine. However, if you want to walk across the stage, whatever.
There's a moving target's usually better for me.
Yeah, okay.
Should I just jump into it?
Yeah, just jump in.
Okay.
We want to hear all about what is the impact of this new tariff era.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I want to thank the organizers for allowing me to share my ideas with this important audience. I want to make just 2 points in about 10 minutes, because I want to leave a lot of time for questions and comments. That's, of course, the most interesting thing for the speakers. But before I get going, I want to apologize that I'm not a Cyprus expert. And what I'm going to be talking about is Trump and tariffs and the European Union as a whole, not just Cyprus, a more general discussion. So let me get started with this. First of all, Joan, I hope you don't mind, I'm advertising my book here.
No, I don't mind.
This is a book I wrote in May. You can download it for free. There's a scan code. Well, John, you didn't think I wouldn't advertise my book, did you? Okay. And it's called The Great Trade Hack. And at that time, I was trying to explain what Donald Trump was doing. In particular, I wanted to make the point that what he was doing had nothing to do with how we traditionally think about trade policy. And it was entirely unrelated to what he did in his first term. Normally, trade policy is about a particular dispute in a particular sector with a particular country. And people put on tariffs, and there's retaliations, there's wars. I was in the White House of George Bush Sr. when the US had its last trade war with Japan. I've seen these things going back and forth on sectors. But on April 2nd, what Donald Trump did was declare trade war on every country in the entire world on all sectors. He broke, with one signature, all the promises America had ever made in any agreement, in any setting, everywhere. That was the great trade hack. Now, what I want to do in the first point is explain why he did that. And to argue, I think, that most people are misthinking what's driving Donald Trump's trade policy. And when you want to think about how should I react to what somebody's doing, you have to understand why they're doing it. And if you misunderstand why they're doing it, you're going to make mistakes in your strategic reaction. Here, I'm going to start with this. We are misthinking President Trump's motives. Now, I am an economist, so I could fill the whole thing with equations and charts, but my experience in this kind of setting is it doesn't work. And also, my wife has a small communication agency, and she's told me that if you can take your ideas and put them in a graphic, that means you actually understand those ideas. And because you understand them, it's easier to communicate. So I'm going to go for a kind of cartoon presentation, but please don't think I'm taking this lightly. Here we go. Why were Trumpian tariffs imposed? It's a story. It starts out the 1990s economic shocks. Workers in America, but all over the world, were competing with China abroad and robots at home. And you can see jobs moved overseas, unhappy. Automation leads to layoff, unhappy. Pain, humiliation, and anger, especially in the United States, but also to the UK to a certain extent, but many advanced economies. Without government help to adjust, middle class became the forgotten men and women, and middle class anger builds. That was especially amplified with the global financial crisis when this anger turned into a sense of victimhood. Because the banks got bailed out when middle class Americans lost their house. The car companies were bailed out, but the workers were not. A sense that the elite was running it in a way that was allowing them to get rich on the back of the middle class was getting hurt. That was a narrative that started, and already in Obama's time, he started being very hesitant about trade because of that narrative. Populist promise. Trump channels their pain into a political movement, turning victimhood into trade policy. That led to what I call the grievance doctrine. What is the grievance doctrine? There's a myth behind the grievance doctrine that's driving Donald Trump's trade policy. America played by the rules. There's the happy, honest USA, shaking hands with the foreigners who have knives behind the back. America played by the rules and got played, humiliated, and ripped off. Now, the myth comes with a mandate to stop the steal. It's payback time, tariffs as vengeance. And here you can see the savior, retribution, the bill is paid. Now, I firmly believe that that's how Donald Trump is thinking about the tariffs and wants America to view the tariffs as retribution, as a way of striking back against the globalist elite who got rich on the back of Americans. Now, in that world, breaking all the rules is not a bug. That's a feature. Because you see, traitorous American elite were in on this, writing rules and signing trade agreements that were bad for America, but good for the elite. So when he breaks every single rule, that's part of the vengeance. He has a moral obligation not to follow those rules because they were set up by the globalist elite that was causing the problem in America. This is not traditional trade policy. I've been following trade policy for 40 years, including during the last US-Japan trade war. These words, which he used when he introduced the tariffs, I have never heard any serious person use when talking about trade policy. Talking about war crimes, okay. But this is how he was talking about the tariffs. And these words are strong. I'm sorry, it's embarrassing even for me to say them. And I think most people, when they saw them, just ignored them because they couldn't believe this was his motive. But believe me, it is. He said, and I quote President Trump, "For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friends and foe alike. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but this is not going to happen anymore." He wasn't talking about military action. He was talking about putting tariffs on. So this thinking about tariffs as if they were trade policy, trying to promote industry or redistribute income or change the balance of trade, that's not what is in his mind. Now, I want to make this point with one more set of cartoons, if you permit. Is that, Madam Chairman, is that okay? One more cartoon?
Yeah, although we're out of time on this one.
On this bit. Okay, it's a good one, though.
But okay, let's see it.
Okay. He's not playing the game we think he is. So here's the media and The Economist. He's losing 40 love again. They think he's playing tennis, but he's actually at the Trump golf tournament. So he's playing golf, and thinking he's getting a hole in one, and the media keeps going, that's chaotic, it's self-defeating, it's ridiculous. What's he doing? It's because they think he's playing tennis when he's actually playing golf. So, EU's next step. I'll go through this very quickly, Joan. Sorry about that. Patience and diligence. The tariffs are hurting his base, and he's worried about midterm elections. He's holding off and backing down on some tariffs, which I predicted a couple weeks ago, on fentanyl, for example. Remember, he's not playing trade policy. There's a kind of moving carousel of, oh, it's about reindustrialization, it's about the trade balance, it's about helping the middle class. None of that's true. None of it's written down. There are no goals, there are no deadlines. He's playing populism, but he chose a tool that hurt his base. Conclusion, just wait him out. He'll find other ways to thrill his base. We have seen peak Trump tariffs. Now, of course, he'll continue to torture small countries and niche markets with tariffs. He just loves them. But the idea of raising tariffs like he did in April, I think that's over, and I think he's going to have to bring them down or have a big problem with cost of living problems. So Europe has supply chain leverage to force U.S. tariff climb down, just like China did. The U.S. is almost as dependent upon EU industrial inputs as they are on Chinese industrial inputs, but they can't because of the military security dependence on. So before Europe gets its military and security dependence reinforced, they can defend the rules-based world system simply by defending the rules. Remember, the US is only 15% of all world trade, and so if the other 85% follow the rules, we'll be good to go. And I'll stop right there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I guess, a lot of people ask that, that Trump's got this tariffs on the brain, tariff mania, so it's good to hear your take on, what's behind that, what's driving it. But anyway, we're living with it now, and so it's good to talk about what the fallout, what you expect, we're already seeing the fallout, obviously. So, just more in kind of overall global, Europe especially, hit to Europe, what do you see as the main impact? So is it more about the uncertainty? We've got a bit more certainty now. We know we kind of know what's happening. But that's already had quite a big impact, I guess. Is the impact more in terms of, pullback from investment and spending by both firms and households? Is that the main kind of impact? Or is it the impact on global manufacturing, which is not doing very well as a consequence, but actually global services seem to be doing quite good? Are we seeing winners and losers? Because we're seeing big losers who've been hit, with the tariffs, but there's some beneficiaries of that as well. So how do you see, what's the picture in terms of the economic fallout?
Thanks for that. So I'm going to focus on the economic aspects, especially trade aspects.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest one is what our dinner speaker last night was talking about, the erosion of the U.S. Standing and the fact that nobody can trust them anymore. That's the huge thing going on. But let's go to trade. I would say it looks like this. The U.S. is becoming a more closed economy. The rest of the world is moving on. The U.S., as I wrote a Factful Friday column on LinkedIn, and if you look at the facts, the U.S. share of world exports has fallen below what it was, and its share of imports has fallen. So the U.S. is becoming a more closed economy. But the rest of the world is signing lots of trade agreements, and world trade exports are actually up.
Yes.
So what we've had is that this deflection of trade out of the American market has led to political pressure in countries, including the EU, to sign deals that they were found too politically difficult. So the rest of the world is opening up. And if you want my grand vision of how it's all going to end up, we're going to end up with WTO 2.0 based on mega regional trade agreements like the CPTPP, where many people join these things, and through those rules become the global rules. So we'll see essentially a reforming of trade liberalization, a reignition of globalization with America outside.
Okay. Well, this was kind of my next question, because I was going to make the point that, tariffs,
are not the only trade story. There is another trade story, and that's this interest in new FTAs, free trade agreements, and UK, India. We've had the EU, Mercosur, and so on. So are you saying that you think that the medium-term impact, especially for Europe, of US tariffs, it's going to be a robust diversification of European exports to other markets? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I want to ask you then more about WTO 2.0. But
Well, let me just spin out. When you put up tariffs this high, some firms are absolutely devastated, but economies not. So if you were trying to sell specialty steel to the United States, a 50% tariff just destroys everything, especially if you depended upon them. But overall, Europe is not that dependent upon the US market.
Yeah. Well, that seems quite rosy to me, what you just said about WTO 2.0 and a reignition of an era of globalization, because everything else that we're watching really looks like the winds are blowing in the opposite direction. And my question was actually going to be, is there not a much bigger problem than Trump in that what we're seeing, not just with Trump, but everywhere, is an increasing conflation of kind of security policy and commercial policy, meaning that, what we're seeing increasingly for a long time now in Europe too is governments embracing industrial policies, increasing government deficits, using tools, including non-tariff barriers, which have proliferated over the past 10 years. So we're seeing this kind of generalized turn to protectionism, which is actually a feature of the world in which we're living in, which is, increasingly rivalries, economic rivalries are taking this kind of protectionist form. So yes, Trump is the, king of tariffs, but there's a lot more stuff going on than that. And so the world seems to be moving in that direction anyway, not towards a new era of globalization. I'm not saying globalization's finished. I don't think it will finish. The old and new will coexist.
Right. Well, so I'm an incurable optimist, so let me tell the optimistic story. So first of all, what you're talking about, I think, is true. Trade has been weaponized, and that's not changing. The US administration, the next one, will not roll back all these tariffs. I can't imagine a Democratic candidate for presidency in 2028 saying, oh, all those tariff stuff, no, let's go back to signing trade agreements with low-wage countries. That's a bipartisan consensus to blame foreigners for American middle class. And China also likes this weaponization of trade, which Trump has invited them to put in with their export controls, because it gives them leverage over almost everything, over almost everybody. And that now once China and the United States have weaponized their trade, people have to react defensively, like with anti-coercion. So essentially, we've moved from a world where trade and investment was essentially safe, where it's made sense that the high-end chips of the world were only made in one country, and that country was a likely site of a future war, where the United States couldn't make its own 5G. That was okay, that was safe. Now we're in a world which is not safe, and people are having to change their attitudes. National security, supply chain independence, that's trade policy wrapped up with national security policy, wrapped up with industrial policy. I think that's there forever. And that's why I wanted to talk about trade. But part of that is to liberalize trade and continue a regionalization, perhaps going back more towards what Biden and Obama were talking about, is making these things safe again.
Okay. Got to have a final question, because I know we've got to move on, because we've got such a tight schedule, which is a shame. I just wanted to ask if anybody from the floor had a question. John, you didn't want to ask. I know he's very keen on this. He's not even listening to me. So let me ask the question.
Sure.
So bringing it all back home, I guess, to the US. I know you want to talk about trade and global and everything, but bringing it back to the US, of course, we economists, economists are always catastrophizing and, saying, it's all going to be a disaster. And of course, that's what everybody said. And, all the forecasts went right. Every institution's forecast for the US and global economy went down, and they're all coming back up again because actually
the US economy, you know, what it tells us, it's not everything is about trade. And the US economy has got a lot of other things going for it, and it's quite resilient. So actually, US growth is going to be stronger than many people thought it would be. So are the chickens going to come home to roost at some point, and when will that happen?
Well, let me make a couple comments on that. So first of all, Trump is a tariff lover, but not a tariff fanatic.
Right.
He's pragmatic.
Yeah.
He repeatedly made outrageously large tariffs,
Yes.
then backed off immediately when somebody actually told him how the world works. Because he does not want to hurt his base. That story means he doesn't want to hurt his base, and that's why I believe he's taking the tariffs off. Also, half of US imports are exempted from the tariffs. So the headlines and the actual are totally different. I made this point several weeks ago, but you could just look at Fitch, for example. They have the effect of. So that's the first thing. But on the other hand, I think the US economy is incredibly fragile. So it's being driven by consumer spending. As you've probably seen the estimates, something like 20% of the top income is doing 50% of the spending. Some people say 10, but I think it's 20%.
Yeah.
And they're feeling good because the stock market is doing so well, at least in part. And the stock market is based on 7 companies and 1 theme. So one bursting of that bubble could bring the thing down in a relatively spectacular collapse. So that's my pessimism for the day. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's not a robust growth model.
Okay, well, yeah, it's great to have this conversation, actually, and yeah, really interesting to hear your take on all of it, which I think is, you know, quite a nuanced one. Yeah.
Thank you.
And yeah, good to hear that. It's we're going to see more rowback maybe on this front.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks very much, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Let's have a photograph. Okay, we're coming to our next session now, penultimate session, which is unlocking women's potential in energy. So I'd like to ask my co-moderator, Enas Shabana, Communications and Media Relations Specialist at the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. Hi, Enas, welcome. It's great to have you. You need that? Yeah, come and join me and have a seat. Okay, and we have 3 speakers. Josie Christodoulou, who is the Commissioner for Gender Equality, the Republic of Cyprus, in the room. Hi. Nice to see you again. Mirna Arif, General Manager, Middle East and Africa Growth Markets at Microsoft. Welcome. Have a seat. And joining us online is Alexandra Zaduku, spokesperson for New Democracy. Welcome, Alexandra. Now, I'm essentially going to hand over to you, Enas. And I think Alexandra is going to join us and do some opening remarks, and you have to probably sign off. Maybe you can take one question and then you have to leave. I understand you've got another engagement. So thanks for bearing with us. I hope we haven't kept you waiting too long. So Enas, over to you.
Thank you so much, Joan. Thank you so much for the audience, and thank you so much for Ms. Nectaria for having us today and for having this opportunity for us. So, Ms. Alexandra, I know you're running late and you have an interview now that you have to run to. Thank you so much for being with us. Ms. Alexandra is the chairperson of our network. So, Ms. Alexandra, I will ask you a question very fast, which is, I want to reflect on your own journey, from law to energy to politics. What's the most experience that shaped your passion towards empowering women?
So we're not hearing you at the moment. So technicians are just going to address that. No, can't hear you yet. Sorry.
Maybe she needs to unmute from her side.
Ms. Sudoku, can you make sure that you're not muted from your side?
What about now? Perfect. Okay, so good evening, first of all, from Athens, from Greece. Actually, John, following this very interesting discussion you had before about tariffs in US and Europe, I'm wondering how we will be able to capture the interest of the audience talking about women in the energy sector. So let me thank you, Anas, for the question. What we are talking here is how it feels actually to be a woman navigating in the energy sector, and how women can shape and are already actually shaping the future of energy. And if I can say something from my personal experience, first of all, what I want to say is that I never liked to divide people into men and women, because what matters to me is professionalism, competence, dedication, and integrity, no matter the gender. But still, I've seen over the years that when we create the conditions for everyone to contribute equally, then the results are always better. And that's why I believe that discussions like today are not about separation, but it's mostly about inclusion and opportunity. Reflecting on my personal journey, I didn't begin my career as an engineer or a scientist. I studied law, and somehow maybe life, politics, they brought me into the energy sector back in 2007, when I started working as legal advisor to the energy minister at that time. So I was struggling to read a lot about energy, learn, draft legislations about oil and gas pipelines, hydrocarbons, renewables. And from the very first day, I have to admit that I found myself surrounded by men, a lot of men. The energy sector is mainly dominated by men. It was tough, yeah, okay, because it's a technical field. But from the very first moment I saw that it was completely fascinating. So for many years, I worked closely with several energy ministers from different governments, I could say, learning how decisions can shape our countries or our world's energy future. I have to say that it was a lonely journey, because the only tools you have is just your mind, hard work, and the willingness to deliver results. And that's how one day the Greek Prime Minister honored me with the position of the Secretary General for the Energy. I worked for 4 years, and then for another 2 years, I became Deputy Minister of Energy. Now, this journey, I would say, taught me of something important, that when you are an only woman in the room talking about energy, you develop some skills that stay with you for life. So you learn resilience, adaptability, but mostly I would mention the art of being heard. And you also realize that the next time you walk into the same room, you want to make sure that you're not the only woman there anymore. I think there is one thing clear. Women, yes, they have the knowledge, they have the passion, they have the ideas, but what is missing sometimes is the connection. So actually a network that can help us share experiences and opportunities. Of course, and luckily, the energy sector today has so much changed. We are talking now about a completely different environment. And in this different environment, women's roles in this shift have become much more visible, especially, I would add, in our region, the Eastern Mediterranean. And that's why this initiative, under the East Med Gas Forum, an initiative that came as a brainstorming together with Secretary General of EMGF, Mr. Mobares, and also us. I believe that it came to the right moment, because it enables us to build with what is missing. And what is missing is bringing together governments, regulators, and companies as well, both international and national, in order to create an ecosystem that helps women go beyond of just being included. And I think that's the main purpose of this initiative, to have a strong platform and build a community of women supporting each other, share mentorship, technical expertise, and also career advice. From what I see is that we have a progress today. For example, globally, women now hold, if I'm not wrong, around 32%, for example, of full-time jobs in renewables. This is a figure I found in IRENA. That's higher than the traditional energy sector was ever. In Greece, I would say we have a lot of women-led energy cooperative, where we have women entrepreneurs. They are producing, they're consuming their own, for example, renewable power. And this is a real example of empowerment in action. And even in the private sector, I see companies who are changing. We have, for example, women's average salaries that are higher than men's. And this is a sign that gender equity can be both real and measurable. But to sum up, there's still work to do. Still, women hold less than 1 in 5 leadership roles in several subsectors in renewables, and I think only about a quarter of technical or engineering positions. And that's where the next frontier lies. For me, it's very important to encourage more women to get into STEM and also into technical fields, so not just into offices when we talk about energy. And here, I think that the role of European Union is very vital with policies that promote women in science and technology, and also funding programs that support skills and career development, especially in clean energy. And finally, I think that when we talk about gender equality, this should not be as something nice to have, but it should be something more practical. I mean, I very much believe that we can end up in having more women in decision-making also position. I think that when women lead, then the energy transition can become faster, fairer, and smarter, because we can bring new insights, fresh thinking, and a more inclusive vision of what energy can mean for our societies. And that, to me, is what, because the title of this session is Unlocking Women's Potential in Energy. I think it's all about moving from being exceptions to being examples for the next generation. Thank you, Anas.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alexandra, for your intervention and for being here with us. I know you have to run, but thank you so much for your commitment to the network and for being here with us. Please join me with a big round of applause to thank Ms. Alexandra. Thank you so much, and we will see you again.
Regards to Josie and Myrna.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so hello, Ms. Josie. Hello, Myrna. Thank you so much for being here today. So my first question to you, Ms. Josie, is you have been a champion for gender equality. Out of your experience, what barriers still hold women back in the energy or similar industries? And what real on-ground change or steps have been taken that really made a difference in this?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm honored to share the panel with you too, and through our collaboration within the forum. I think before I answer the question, we need to go a step back. We need to ask a few critical questions. For example, who uses energy? For whom are we making the policies, and why we're making those policies? And then we need to ask how energy policies affect women and men, and do they affect them in different ways? I think if we answer these questions, then we can go and see why we can understand why we need equal representation in all professions, including energy and also the policy level. And before I answer your question, I want to make one more point. Recently, we're talking about poverty and energy, and we see that those two are interconnected. So I will add another question. Among poverty, who are affected most? And what we can see from statistics, these are women, and these are what we call the feminization of energy poverty. So we need to ask those questions in order to understand why we need equal representation in the energy sector, and then we can see what is stopping women from entering the energy question and the energy sector. And I would say that the barriers are multi-level, from education, the entry, through recruitment, hiring, the retention, promotion, and leadership. Yeah. So I think Alexandra already mentioned that if we see in numbers when it comes to underrepresentation, we see that it's only 32% of full-time jobs, and these are only in the renewable sector. And if we go in senior leadership, the share of women drops to 19%. And in traditional energy, I think the representation is even lower. So the first, and I think this is, we're facing this barrier that I'm going to mention now in all sectors. And these are biases, stereotypes, and culture. So we need to start working to change the culture. We can see gender-based discrimination that is frequently reported in all areas of life. We see stereotypes when it comes to technical fields and roles, what are appropriate for women and men. And then we have the pipeline issues that are STEM entry, training, and technical roles. So I think we need to start working and approaching gender equality in all fields, including in energy field, kind of in a holistic approach. So we need to promote more role models in the STEM field that are connected to the energy field. Then we need to have specific policies because we also have the systemic barrier, which is also affected by societal perceptions and cultures. So we need to move away. I mean, it's not a mainstreamed issue. Gender equality, it's not a mainstreamed issue. It's a matter of democracy. It's a matter of justice. It's a matter of representing the whole society. I mean, the world is 50% women and men. So where are the women? Yeah.
I think the culture part is very important, and that's why we believe that we really believe in the importance of our initiative because it's in the East Med countries where this culture is more the norm. So and we're trying to change that with the support of our excellent committee. So thank you very much, Ms. Josie. So back to you, Myrna. So Myrna, you led teams across continents and the intersection of technology and energy. So what experience most influenced how you empower women and create inclusive teams?
Thank you so much, Ines, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's a real pleasure being with all of you today. And I want to start by really thanking Economist Impact for creating such an impactful conference. But most importantly, for creating this platform. I think this is the first time there is a women empowerment topic being part of the agenda. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. And secondly, I want to also answer the question that probably a lot of people are having: what is Microsoft doing in energy, and why are you here? So I actually started my career in energy. I spent the first 17 or even 18 years of my career working in the energy sector between Schlumberger, GE, Ministry of Petroleum, in Egypt. So energy is really where I grew up, very dear to my heart, and I echo very much with what Alexandra said about being the only woman in the room, being in venues and meetings and trying to discuss things, especially in energy, where it's very, very male-dominated. Now that I've moved to technology, I wouldn't say it's less male-dominated, it's equally still male-dominated, but there are strides that we've done. So from that experience, and to answer your question, Ines, one thing I would want to highlight, I think it's intentionality. I think it's the fact that when we talk about women empowerment or women representation, it has to be intentional. Intentional in the sense of, it's not just a tick-the-box exercise. It's not a diversity exercise. It's not a spreadsheet, we need that many women or that percentage. That's where it starts, but it really needs to be intentional. So if I look back at where my own personal journey started, I've seen leaders who've really taken interest in my own career and way before I even thought of this is something I want to do. So I think I want to highlight sponsorship versus mentorship. So mentorship is really important, but sponsorship, the advocacy that those leaders would go and do in rooms on your behalf to get you a seat at the table. And let me highlight a seat at the table here, and that's how I manage within my own teams, cross-continent, cross-sectors, cross-countries. I call them the 3 Vs. So I have 3 Vs. First of all is visibility. I need to give those women in my team, leaders or individual contributors, the right visibility. And visibility is not just by saying, we closed this deal, or she's done that, or I have that many women in the team. Visibility is really giving them the platform in decision-making table. So making sure they are part of the strategy, they're part of the decision. So that's on visibility. The second one is voice. Making sure they bring their genuine, authentic voice. So it is really leadership by authenticity rather than conformity. I don't want them to sit in rooms and nod, because all the men are. If they have an opposing decision or idea, they need to bring it. They need to be seen and heard, and that's their own voice. And then the third one is really on value, and that's when we really start to create impact. So what is the real value of having women in decision-making platforms and around decision-making tables and in teams? It's not just because we need them. It's not just a matter of gender equity or fairness. It's important. They represent 50% of the world population. When we talk about innovation and technology, that's half the world's brain power. So it is really having the value and the impact. So I lead with my 3 Vs across my teams.
I love the 3 Vs strategy. That's actually new, and I think it's very important for all the audience to know that. So thank you so much, Mirna. Back to you, Ms. Josie. And let me ask you about the policies. The local policies or the national policies in Cyprus and the regional policies in the East Med. Do you see that these policies support the mission of empowering women?
I think I like the way you put your question, and also I wanted to comment about the word empowerment, and thank you for adding it to the question, because I'm not sure that women need empowerment, to be honest, and I will answer the question. I think what women want is space, and to have their voice to be heard, as Mirna described before. Because if we only add the word empowerment, it's like we're treating women as victims. Oh, poor women, let's put them on the table. Oh, poor women, let's do these policies. I mean, they don't need empowerment. They need space to raise their voices. And for policies, this is crucial, to give space, to provide the spaces to women to sit on the table, to share their ideas, to share their values, exactly because the policies we design, it's not for us personally, it's for the society. So on a national level, what we try to do, it's the first time that since 2023, we're trying to mainstream gender horizontally in all ministries and deputy ministries in Cyprus. That is, before we design any policies, to take into account the different needs, the different impact of those policies. So it's the first time that we are approaching energy through the gender lenses, but we didn't have any evidence. We only knew from what we read, from what we're discussing with women. So we went on, and together with the Ministry of Energy, we did a research in order to map and understand what are the different needs of women and men. So now it's at the final stages, and this research will feed into policies. But beside that, I mentioned earlier about the STEM, about women in decision-making, for example. So while we're doing this mapping that will feed into policies, at the same time we're providing women with scholarships in order to enter the STEM field, the more technical fields. We are promoting more women in decision-making. So, and then we're entering schools. We have this pool of women as role models that they're discussing with young children, both boys and girls, because it's important that we include boys in the discussion and men in the discussion. And don't forget that men still lead in their majority, so we need both women and men in this effort of gender equality. So we're working on different steps on different levels at the same time in order, on a national level, in order to promote gender equality within the energy field. At the same time, we are also members of this, this forum, and it's the region, and it's such a crucial region. I think it's been discussed throughout these last 2 days about the geopolitical importance, etc. So I think it's crucial that this forum is created, and we can bring all the good practices, if I may say good, I would say practices that could be adapted in different realities, that we can push forward for a more just, better, ideal, democratic policies, both on a national and regional level.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Josie. I think we're starting on the right track since we started the research and then changing the policies. I think this is exactly what we need. So thank you very much for this. So back to you, Myrna, and this will be my last question. So from your perspective in technology and innovation, how can digital tools like AI amplify the visibility or the opportunities for women in the energy sector and in different sectors?
Thank you for the question. I think if we start talking about AI, it will not be the last question. We will never be done. But let me try and summarize. And I think it's technology and innovation in general. AI for sure. And again, I'm super proud to be part of the empowerment community and happy that Microsoft was able to lead some of these workshops. I think with the advent of AI, everyone, and I mean it, women, men, young children, everybody needs to learn it. So it's not just a tool. I think it's a bridge. It's a bridge between where we are today and the future that is being created and changed as we speak, actually, because the movement and the pace of technology is moving very, very fast. And when we learn it, we know how to use it to our advantage. And I know there are a lot of challenges in terms of it will replace some jobs, and we're now not just talking about women, or this is everyone. So I think there is a lot of opportunities that we can leverage through AI platforms. For example, creating visibility. Let's take mentorship, for instance. How do we make the right match? How do we leverage amazing women that we have in the diverse teams across the countries? If we look at EmpowerMed as a community, for example, how do we take all these women and we really match them with the right mentors to give them what they need? And what they need is not, again, just the advice, but really the sponsorship and the push and the access to where they go next. So AI can definitely help with that. Another thing that AI can do on the learning aspect is really looking at that voice. What do you really bring to the table? How do you want that to be heard? What is your contribution? Analyzing those decisions. So that there is so much we can do. And it's not just AI. It's cybersecurity, it's that learning that spans across sector. And it's not just for energy. And if I want to mention one thing coming long back from the energy sector has always been at the forefront of technology, way before we even started to talk about technology. So I think it's about time that this sector continues to lead. And if we're going to talk about innovation, then, and I'm a bit biased, women can help leading that sector and pulling innovation as well with them forward.
Thank you very much, Myrna, for this. Before we end the session, I have very quick two concluding remarks. My first remark is that I believe that empowering women now is not about fairness, it's about progress. It's about working smart to create a sustainable environment. That's number one. Number two, the EMGF Empowerment Women started less than a year ago, and right now we have 312 participants from 11 countries. So this is just a proof that when governments come together with international companies, with international organizations, we can really make a difference. My last point, I want to thank very much our dear speakers. You are a role model to us and to all our generation. That's number one. Number two, I would like to really thank the Economist Impact team. They've been amazing. And of course, Ms. Nectaria, again, for having us and for this opportunity to present the EMGF Empowerment Women. And thank you, John, and back to you.
Well, just leaves me to say thank you, Anas, for doing this and moderating this panel so well and being in touch with all our speakers. Obviously, thanks to Alexandra, thanks to Josie, and thanks to Myrna as well. I think very interesting discussion, and it was nice that everybody stayed to listen to it. So I'm sure we'll have you all again, and hopefully on an energy panel with, I think last year in Greece, I had the whole football team on the stage. There was me plus 11. There were a few women, but not enough maybe. Okay, so thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to John now for our final session of the day.
Very good. And as Joan says, this is the last session before we break for a networking lunch. So I would like to invite Amos Laska from Amrav Investment, Chief Executive Israeli Energy Innovation, to join me. Good to see you. And you have a PowerPoint presentation. This would be fine, please.
Okay, good afternoon. I understand that I'm the last, so I'll be quick, bear with me. And this is the, how can I, okay. Let me see.
The green one.
The green one. Great.
Okay, so as all the previous speakers, I also thank you very much for inviting me to this interesting summit. My topic today is distribution network resilience, and what is more important, the impact on community sense of security. But first, few words about EnergyCom. So we are an energy innovation community of Israel. We are a non-profit semi-governmental organization. We have about 57,000 members from all ecosystems, renewable, fossil fuel, mature and startups, private and traded companies, financial institutions, investors, regulators, and relevant governmental offices. Recently, by the way, following the previous panel, we have in Israel a community which is called Women in Energy, which is doing an excellent job. And we see that there is increased numbers of women in C-level, CEOs, and directors in energy companies. Recently, in EnergyCom, we have been selected by Chevron to operate in Israel their Chevron Studio initiative. It's a platform connecting academic researchers with investors, taking the idea from TRL 2 to TRL 6 to 7, and the program offers financial and technical support. Well, it might be of interest to some of you, so feel free to contact me. Well, first we should differentiate between resilience and immunity. Resilience is the ability to withstand and recover from disruptions. Immunity is the ability to endure continuous energy supply during adverse conditions. See the difference? So energy community is the key factor in providing energy security and, more important, sense of security to the community. What are the challenges of distribution network resilience? There are different challenges, some of them predictable and some not. For example, let's take natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, wildfires. The occurrence of these events is usually beyond the human control. Therefore, a strong, professional, effective means of immunity are required. Let's talk about human factors like cyber attack, vandalism, or simple human errors. These events are predictable and manageable. Same goes for aging infrastructure, outdated equipment and technology. Again, these factors are manageable by right planning and execution. And regulatory and financial constraint, it relates to policy barriers and limited resources. So the bottom line is that except for natural disaster, all other challenges are manageable in sense that one can prevent them upfront. And how to do it? What are the key components of a resilient distribution energy network? So let's dive into the main elements, focusing on the implementation level. First, infrastructure. Robust physical structures, such as, for example, substation and underground power lines, I intentionally indicate these two elements. The substations are existing proven technology. Same for the power lines. But high percentage of them are upper lines, which means high probability of destruction during disaster time. Second is redundancy. The meaning of redundancy is trivial, preventing single point of failure. In the midst of distributed energy era, the solutions are there, and I'll elaborate later. Thirdly, automation. The function of automation is to endure fast response. We are looking at, for example, smart meters, smart grid, and automated system for management and control. Last but not least, cybersecurity. Today, we can't avoid the exponentially digital threats, so this part of the overall activities ensuring network resilience. So we identify factors for distribution network resilience. Let's discuss one of them, technology. It seems that we don't have to invent the wheel. All components are there. Smart grids enable real-time monitoring and automated response. IoT sensors allow early detection of faults and failures. Artificial intelligence, a tool for predictive analytics for maintenance and load management. And blockchain provides secure and transparent energy transactions. With these elements, we can perform the relevant activities such as grid modernization, which means upgrading infrastructure and integrating smart technologies. Decentralization, incorporating distributed energy resources like solar and wind. Predictive maintenance, using data analytics to foresee and address issues. And microgrid, localized grids that can operate independently. Speaking about microgrids, one must carefully analyze the interaction between microgrid and national grid. For our discussion, microgrid is resilient during outages, while national grid is vulnerable to widespread outages. On the other hand, microgrid is limited in scale, while national grid has a broad coverage and enjoys economies of scale. So, on one hand, the current trend is to expand local networks, enabling small communities to be self-supported. On the other hand, the national grid is the energy system backbone. So the bottom line here is that for achieving network resilience, we should adopt a holistic approach, maximizing the benefits of both energy structures and minimize the disadvantages of each one of them. Another factor which plays a major role is policy and regulation. It is known that regulation is lagging behind technological innovation. Well, advanced governments can promote resilience by means of grants, incentive, fast response to market needs, and regulatory mitigation where it is necessary. The success of implementing policy and regulation depends on collaboration, such as public-private partnerships, and in the same way, community engagement is a precondition to a successful plan. Let's go over one case study. A lot was discussed during yesterday and today about the situation in Israel, Gaza, the Palestinians. So this map shows you the part of the southern Israel that was attacked back on October 7th. 2023. For 8 to 36 hours, people were without electricity, while a real war had happened outside their homes. I'm using this example to demonstrate the importance of a robust distribution network on the security of supply in times of war or any other disaster. On October 19, the Tkuma Directorate was established with the mission to return and settle communities. A dedicated team, which I'm part of, was appointed to prepare a 5-year plan and budget, and the main criteria was to provide energy security and energy sense of security as a trigger to the population to return to the area. Basically, the plan consists of elements described earlier, such as subsoil cabling, integration of PV and batteries, management software to ensure energy continuity. In principle, the idea is to turn a household, a village, a neighborhood into a microgrid while preserving the national network as a reliable network. Well, I see that just on time I have the last slide, so it's okay. So to sum up, it's a combined effort of all energy ecosystem, including operators, regulators, municipalities, equipment and software suppliers, and the local civilian communities. Most of the efforts should be focused on renewable integration by increasing use of renewable energy sources, energy storage, advancement in battery and other storage technologies, and we are in Israel working very professional on this, resilient design, incorporating resilience into urban planning and infrastructure design, protected infrastructure such as subsoil cabling, and expanding microgrids. By doing so, we are creating a green grid that leads to network resilience, which is one of the solutions for climate change. Thank you. Thank you for staying.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lasker. We are about to break for a lunch.
Yeah.
But just a very quick question from me. With this in place, would this have avoided what happened in Spain earlier this year?
Yeah, well, the issue in Spain is very controversial. You ask 10 people, you get 10 different answers. But I believe that, as I said, a kind of a combination, an integration between local networks and the grid and the national grid is the right solution, because in energy, the main criteria in energy is the safe of supply. And in telecommunication, if there is no telecommunication, 2 hours, 4 hours, okay, it's not convenient, but nothing is happening. In electricity, you have to make sure that you can supply 24/7, 365 days. And in order to do so, you need to have a lot of backup, a backup of local networks and national networks.
Okay, well, that's very interesting, and thank you very much for all of that. I think we should probably break for our lunch. Thank you to the
thank you.
remaining people who stayed on. And I just close by thanking all our sponsors in particular for this year's 21st Summit. Our platinum sponsors, EcomBX and PwC Cyprus. Our gold sponsor, Capital.com. Our premium energy sponsor, ExxonMobil. Our premium silver sponsor, Hanikian Law Firm. Our silver sponsors, Freedom Holding Corporation, Siufas and Associates Law Firm, and our bronze sponsors, Chevron and European University Cyprus. And with that, I would like to close our 21st Summit with a last photograph. Thank you very much for everybody.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
EcomBX.
It's all over the news. Tech companies are becoming energy giants, banks are becoming software companies, and fast food is getting into wellness. At PwC, we're making sure you're ready for what's next. With AI that's built for how your business works, we're designing built-for-you solutions with tech titans and trailblazers. And our 370,000 professionals are taking on the knowns, unknowns, and never saw that comings that are definitely coming. We're in it with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry. We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture.
And clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours. Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
Με ελεύθερο πνεύμα, ευθύνη και θάρρος, βγήκαμε πρωταθλητές. Freedom 24. Γεννηθήκαμε στην Κύπρο, κατακτήσαμε την Ευρώπη.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help.